The Sioux City Explorers are in town to take on your Winnipeg Goldeyes tonight. That is if the weather cooperates. It's been raining all day here in the city. Very wet, very damp, currently 16 degrees, but we do hope to play some baseball. If we do, Kevin McGovern will take the mound for the Goldeyes. He will face off against Ryan Zimmerman. Let me tell you about our pregame show, though, tonight. My guests include Brandon Shimo and Ridge Ho'ope'e Haslam. And also, we'll check out a great feature on the amazing Dancing Gregory. This is the Winnipeg Goldeyes pregame show on Shaw TV. Time for social media. Look at all this beautiful info for you. This is all you need to know for both the Winnipeg Goldeyes and Shaw TV Winnipeg this summer. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram, like us on Facebook, and you know, all the kids are using this thing called Snapchat. I personally love it, and we have been snapping away already today, giving you an inside look at what it's like at the park before the game gets underway and before our broadcast was on the air tonight. So join us, join the party, a nice behind-the-scenes look on Snapchat. This is the Winnipeg Goldeyes pregame show. I am sitting here with Brandon Shimo and Ridge Ho'ope'e Haslam. Is that it? Close?
Close.
Let's try it again. Ho'ope'e Haslam.
Correct.
There we go. Got it. Brandon, I'm going to start with you. You grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
That is where the fictional paper company Dunder Mifflin is from. Did you ever watch The Office with Steve Carell?
Yes, I have a few times. I never really got into it to really follow it all the way, but yes, I have seen it plenty of times.
I'm sure that was kind of a thrill for that town, right?
Oh, yeah, that's kind of all we're really known for now. Like, whenever I mention I'm from Scranton, that's the first question that people have for me, but
there you go.
Obviously, it's not even filmed in Scranton because that would just be a waste of time.
So this is your third professional year, first with the Goldeyes.
Yes.
We're pretty much at the halfway point of the season now. How would you assess things?
I think our record doesn't really show how talented this team really is. I think we're going to really turn it up the second half of the season. But right now, when it comes to what we got going on in the clubhouse, I think it's really strong. I think we got great chemistry. Everything's really seems to we pick each other up when everybody gets down, and like that's a big thing, especially with a long season like this. It's 100 games. It's hard to bounce back every day. But I think, like I said, I think we're in a good situation right now. I think we're going to start turning it up soon.
Absolutely. Ridge, over to you. You grew up in Hilo, Hawaii.
Yes, sir.
What was it like playing baseball in Hawaii?
Just like this. If you look around, it looks, shady and, rainy, playing, rainball all day. And you're like, when the sun's going to come out. 5 minutes later, the sun's coming out.
Yeah.
It's like, you play in the rain, you come here, you play in the rain, and it's like we're at home again.
Oh, really? So it feels like home. Hawaii and Winnipeg, you never would really think that they're similar. But anyway, your thoughts on the season so far?
Things are rolling, we've been 50 games deep. We've been hitting the grind every day. Everybody is in the lineup, and we're all just trying to contribute and trying to get, trying to win.
What would you say is the strongest part of your game specifically?
It's hustle. If I come out the gates ready to play, hustling. Everybody comes out the game hustling, wanting to win, we'll get the W.
Mm-hmm. Did you have any players growing up that you really looked up to? Any major leaguers that really inspired you?
Yes.
As he tries to distract you?
Yes. I have Colton Wong, second baseman for the Cardinals. Grew up playing baseball with him. His dad, taught me how to hit the ball and play the game that I'm still playing today, and as I want to play it as many years as I can.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. What about you, Brandon? Any players you looked up to growing up?
I'd have to say Manny Ramirez, just because, I liked his demeanor, his laid-back kind of style that he had going. He wasn't really, I feel like with baseball, especially how many games you play in a year, you can't play with real tight,
Right.
You got to be, like I said, laid back, loose, and kind of just have fun with it. The game is meant to play for fun, so that guy was definitely having the most fun out on the field.
Right, and I mentioned to you just before we started here that the rain is supposed to be lighter later on, but your message is?
Yeah, I'd rather it either just pour or have the sun come out. This stuff where, especially for pitchers, this is a miserable day for us. It's cold, it makes our arms ache a little bit. It's just, I mean, it's a horrible excuse, but at the same time, like,
It affects you.
yeah, it does. It really does. And especially when, I mean, we're on the mound, you get all that gunk that builds up on your cleats. It's hard to get the push off, and then you're losing velocity, which I don't have a lot to lose as it is. So it is a pain, but I mean, if it stays like this, I know we'll get the job done regardless.
Gotcha. Mother Nature, make up your mind, okay? This is the Winnipeg Goldeyes pregame show. My thanks to Brandon and Ridge. Back in a moment. So after today's game, the Goldeyes close out the series versus the Explorers tomorrow at Shaw Park. And then this weekend, the Gary South Shore Railcats come back into town. You will recall that during the last series between the two, the Goldeyes had their longest game since 2009. It was 4.5 hours long. Goldeyes won that marathon game by a score of 2-1, with David Rome hitting the game-winning RBI. And then after Gary, the Goldeyes will host the division-leading St. Paul Saints. That's Monday the 18th of July through Wednesday the 20th. Always a tough matchup. Should make for some great baseball. That's what's coming up for the Goldeyes.
How I got started in dance is a very good question. I was actually kind of just thrown into a class when I was younger, when I was like 8 years old, and I didn't realize I was going to dance. I thought I was just going to my friend's house to play games and listen to music. I didn't realize I was getting dragged to a dance class, and I was like, what is this? What is this scary place? Like, I actually asked myself that. I got into a class there, and I was already thrown into competition. I ended up getting a bronze. And for me, I thought that was the biggest thing in the world. I didn't realize, I was like, what? I got a bronze? Like, this is just sick. And I got free tacos from my school. It was like, this is just the best day of my life. Woo! How did I come to the Goldeyes? You see, the funny thing is, I found out it from my friend who was coming here to apply for a job because I was desperately looking for one too, I'm not gonna lie. What ended up happening was that when I got called in, I sat down with one of the managers. He asked me like what I wanted to do, and do you know what the purpose of being a fan services rep is? And that we are to help encourage the audience and to like pump up the crowd, like to get them like intrigued with the game and enjoying it and cheering for our home team. They were playing songs that had a good beat to it, and then next thing you know, I was just like, might as well go for it and see what happens. I didn't start pulling out my flexibility tricks until Goldie challenged me to a dance-off. And then by then it was like Goldie was like trying to mess with me and all, and I was like, okay, he is going down today. So I did a side kick, and I kind of did a pirouette somehow, but then I dropped in the splits. Next thing you know, everybody was like, oh! Goldie was like, So it's like, I won this battle. I've been loving it. Almost every time I work, like I'm usually on dugout, and like I really enjoy it. And you know, people really like coming to watch the game, and like I've received a lot of compliments, you know, from dancing and all. Like it just helps me, and it encourages me to realize that, you know, I'm actually doing something that like for the good, and like helping people out and seeing them like enjoy the game and like enjoying like us as fan service reps, like, you know, doing our best and all, like it puts a smile to my face.
You know, rain or shine, this really is one of the more beautiful spots here in the city of Winnipeg, Shaw Park. And this is Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball here on Shaw TV. I'm your host, Mike Valente. Welcome to the broadcast, everybody. The Sioux City Explorers are in town to take on your Winnipeg Goldeyes tonight. It's been raining all day. We hope to play some baseball. It's about 16 degrees right now, but very damp and very wet. As I mentioned in our pregame show, Kevin McGovern will take the mound. He'll face off against Ryan Zimmerman. And of course, with the call tonight, Scott Taylor and Ken Wiebe as per usual. We are just seconds away from action.
Ever watch TV and said to yourself, I could do that? Well, you can. As part of its community access programming, Shaw TV is looking for volunteer-run, community-produced short segments and shows. Create your own program, your ideas, your vision, on television. Bring us your proposal, sell us on it, and we'll train you and your crew, providing the professional equipment you need to make your ideas reality for free. Everyone is welcome. Get involved in making your own community program. See where it takes you.
Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw is brought to you by Casinos of Winnipeg's 2 locations, Club Regent and McPhillips Station Casinos. casinosofwinnipeg.com.
You know, rain or shine, this really is one of the more beautiful spots here in the city of Winnipeg, Shaw Park. And this is Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball here on Shaw TV. I'm your host, Mike Valente. Welcome to the broadcast, everybody. The Sioux City Explorers are in town to take on your Winnipeg Goldeyes tonight. It's been raining all day. We hope to play some baseball. It's about 16 degrees right now, but very damp and very wet. As I mentioned in our pregame show, Kevin McGovern will take the mound. He'll face off against Ryan Zimmerman. And of course, with the call tonight, Scott Taylor and Ken Wiebe as per usual. We are just seconds away from action.
Ever watch TV and said to yourself, I could do that? Well, you can. As part of its community access programming, Shaw TV is looking for volunteer-run, community-produced short segments and shows. Create your own program, your ideas, your vision, on television. Bring us your proposal, sell us on it, and we'll train you and your crew, providing the professional equipment you need to make your ideas reality for free. Everyone is welcome. Get involved in making your own community program. See where it takes you.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Shaw Park. Scott Taylor and Ken Wiebe from the Winnipeg Sun, and tonight the Winnipeg Goldeyes will try to get it figured out at home. It's Dancing Gabe bobblehead night. Outstanding bobblehead of Dancing Gabe.
How about the lineup since 5:15 today?
Huge for and it's a terrific bobblehead. It looks like Dancing Gabe. It really looks like Gabe.
He's fired up about it. I saw him before the game. He really likes the bobblehead.
He threw out the first pitch and was thrilled to death. Anyway, it's Dancing Gabe bobblehead night tonight. I don't want to drop that because it doesn't belong to me. But as we mentioned, here we're going to have a look at Dancing Gabe's opening pitch tonight. There it goes.
Let's call it a strike.
The Goldeyes have got to get that kind of pitching. They need better pitching at home. This is a team that is 18-13 on the road and 8-12 at home. Tonight's Dancing Gabe bobblehead night. The lineup's there. The fans are here. This is a team that needs a win big time in their building.
Yeah, they've really struggled with their consistency on their home field, and that's something that you can't have. If you want to be a playoff team in the American Association, you need to win more than half and usually closer to 650 to 700 baseball on your home field. Goldeyes just haven't been getting a consistent enough effort. They're a team that relies on walks. They have to be patient. If they can get the leadoff man on, they've done a nice job of hitting with runners in scoring position and runners in scoring position and 2 out. But they're just not generating enough base runners on a consistent basis, and that's something they really need to get done if they want to go on a bit of a playoff run down the stretch.
They're in a tough situation anyway, because looking at the wild card, they're 3.5 games behind Laredo. Laredo and Wichita get to play in that Southern Division against 2 very bad teams in Texas and Joplin. Winnipeg has to try to beat St. Paul and Fargo, and that's not easy. It's going to be a tough road to hoe, and if they don't start winning at home, they're not going to be able to get there.
Yeah, no question. It just starts with winning series. It's something the Goldeyes did at the beginning after a bit of a slow start. They started to you got to try to take 2 out of 3 and 3 out of 4 when you can. And if they can start doing that, get on a bit of a roll, you never know what could happen.
what they need more than anything else is a good start tonight from Kevin McGovern.
Yeah, no doubt. He's a guy that's been pretty steady for them. Goldeyes' bullpen has been very good this year. They're a little bit taxed right now, but if Kevin McGovern can give you 6 or 7 innings, Rick Forney would be more than happy to turn it over to a solid bullpen and see what happens from there.
Let's go down to field level, the singing of the national anthems, and tonight one of our favorites, Beverly Wynn.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Beverly Wynn. Major League Baseball should have invited her to sing the national anthem last night at the All-Star game. Another tremendous job by Beverly here at Shaw Park. It's time now for the Goldeyes starting defensive alignment, brought to you by Taco Time, with 3 locations in Winnipeg to serve you at 23 Marion Street, 2371 Ness Avenue, and 1353 McPhillips. Tanner Murphy's going to catch tonight, giving Carlton Tanabe a night off. Jacob Rogers at first, Cassio Grider at second, Michael Gonzalez at short, and Wes Darville starts at third base. The newcomer, a lot of bat in this guy. Willie Cabrera starting left, Reggie Abercrombie's at center, and Josh Romanski is in right. The designated hitter tonight will be Adam Heisler, and the starting pitcher will be Kevin McGovern. That's the Goldeyes starting defensive alignment, brought to you by Taco Time, with 3 locations right here in Winnipeg to serve you. Tonight's Goldeyes starting pitcher is brought to you by Shaw Free Range TV. Tell us about Kevin McGovern.
A 6'3", 220-pound left-hander from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Scott. Kevin McGovern, there you see his numbers, making his 11th start of the year with the Goldeyes. He's been pretty steady overall. Features a good sinker. He's used his changeup more this year than in years past, and he's got a wipeout slider that he's going to want to use, especially against left-handers, but also likes to drop it in against the righties on their back foot.
It's the Goldeyes starting pitcher, Kevin McGovern, brought to you by Shaw Free Range TV. Download the app today and watch your favorite shows, movies, and live sports anywhere, anytime. The starting lineup for your visitors, the Sioux City Explorers, managed by the ebullient Steve Montgomery, down at third base to start the game. Derek Robinson will lead it off and play in left field, followed by Tim Colwell, the center fielder. Nate Sampson is the shortstop, and he bats third. Jarek Cunningham, the second baseman, hitting .263, bats cleanup. Tommy Mendonça, the third baseman, bats fifth. Ralph Enriquez, the right fielder, bats sixth. Matt Coach, and it is pronounced Coach, is the catcher. Brendan Slattery, the designated hitter, and Jake Kubler is the first baseman. Jake Kubler, interesting guy, just a pitcher. But he's playing first base tonight because Matty Johnson didn't have a passport and couldn't get across the border. And Michael Lang has a roid issue, and we're not talking steroids. We'll leave it with that. You could guess at home. The starting lineup for the visitors, the Sioux City Explorers. Kevin McGovern, a bit of an assignment tonight. He's got to give them a good start. As you mentioned, the bullpen's a bit taxed. This is a team that needs a win at home. They need to win as many games as they possibly can against teams that don't have records as good as theirs, don't have 500 records like the 24 and 26 Sioux City Explorers. So McGovern has an important start tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's been a bit of an interesting start for the Sioux City Explorers. They had the great year last year. Bit of a surprise they didn't win the American Association by all accounts.
They've already lost more games now through 50 games than they lost all of last year when they went 75 and 25.
Yeah, and they didn't lose 3 in a row at all until the final, which was just terrible luck. Had a good conversation with Steve Montgomery about the subject prior to the game, and as you mentioned, he's one of our favorite managers in this league.
Here's the first pitch of the ball game, and it's right down the middle for strike one. Tonight's umpire, Scott Shores, is at home plate. Tony Mueller is the first base umpire, and Steve Linton is at third. So Derek Robinson, a switch-hitting left fielder. He has a home run, 14 driven in. Pitch by McGovern misses outside. One and won't. They'll give him a strike. No balls and 2 strikes to Robinson, or to Derek Robinson from McGovern. No, we'll change that. It'll be 1-1. It says 0-2 on the board, but Scott Shores made it clear that it is 1-1. McGovern's pitch misses again. 2 balls and 1 strike to Derek Robinson.
Robinson, the prototypical table setter. He's got the great wheels, Scott, and he's really done a nice job of setting the table. A great batting average and really good speed when he gets onto the bases. Really causes a lot of havoc, according to Steve Montgomery.
McGovern gets the sign. Here's the pitch. That misses outside, 3-1.
A lot of movement on that pitch right there. Like sinker from McGovern. One of the players who came in the Louis Allen trade with the Lincoln Salt Dogs during the offseason.
From Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, here's the pitch. And that's low for ball 4, and McGovern walks the leadoff man. That's not what Rick Forney wanted to start the ball.
No, I think he was a little bit confused as to how that was called a ball.
It looked like it was right down the middle, didn't it? So McGovern walks Robinson. That'll bring up Tim Caldwell. Caldwell, the center fielder. No home runs, 21 driven in, hitting .267.
Here, let's have a look at where this was, and we'll see why McGovern may have been a little bit concerned. No, that was down.
That's down.
Framed by Murphy, but that's definitely a ball.
Pitch is inside, 1 ball and no strikes to Caldwell. So McGovern is battling his command here early in this ball game.
And it hasn't been a problem this year. He's coming into the game 15 strikeouts, so 43 strikeouts to go against 16 walks now in 56 and 2/3 innings.
McGovern checks the runner. You got to expect Robinson's thinking about going. There's a pitch that's in there for a strike, 1-1. Tim Caldwell is from Shoreview, Minnesota. 24 years old, 5'11", 185.
Robinson has 14 steals on the year, Scott, but he has been caught 6 times. Not a great percentage for a guy who has the great wheels. What he does has is a very good high on-base percentage. .404 coming into the contest.
Well, he was very patient in that first at bat. Didn't chase anything from McGovern. Good lead for Robinson at first base. Here's the pitch by McGovern. And there's a chopper off the foot of Caldwell. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the number 2 hitter in the lineup for Steve Montgomery's Sioux City Explorers. This was a remarkable ball club last year. As we mentioned, 75 and 25. And as Kenny pointed out, they didn't lose 3 games in a row until the championship series against Laredo.
Again, it always leaves a bitter taste in your mouth when you can't close out a season like that. But again, it was a really good season overall for Sioux City, a franchise that had, to be honest, for quite a long time had really struggled. And the community really got behind them, had some nice crowds in the playoffs, and still a good accomplishment for the season that they had. even though they didn't finish the job.
There goes the runner, and there's a little fly ball into center field. Not hit very hard. On comes Reggie Abercrombie. He'll make the catch. And Colwell is the first out of the ball game. Nice off-speed pitch by McGovern. All Colwell could do is just kind of get the bat out on it. A little bit ahead on the front foot, and just popped it up to Reggie Abercrombie, who didn't get a very good break off it.
Well, it was kind of a big swing, but it didn't go anywhere.
Last night, Reggie hit his 87th home run as a American Association player. 88 is the record. Reggie's one back, but he hit it one-handed. A one-hand slap over the left field wall.
It
was quite impressive. First pitch to Nate Sampson, former Winnipeg Goldeye. It's outside for ball one. Sampson comes in hitting .335. He's the leading hitter on this ball club. He has 3 home runs and leads the team with 36 runs batted in.
And a real good fielder to boot.
There's a shot into right field. Coming on quickly. We're going to play at first base. Pretty close. Good job by Josh Romanski out in right to at least make it close at first. And Sampson was 2 for 4 last night as the second out of this first inning tonight. And here comes Jarek Cunningham, second baseman, batting cleanup from Goodyear, Arizona.
Don't see that every day.
And tonight's cleanup hitter is brought to you, as always, by Multi-Material Stewardship Manitoba. Did you know that Manitobans produce nearly 85 metric tons of residential recycled material each year? That's just residential. That's enough to fill Shaw Park more than 10 feet high. When each person pitches in to help make our community greener, everybody wins. Visit simplyrecycle.ca to learn what you can do to recycle. One strike to Jarek Cunningham.
Cunningham was an 18th round pick of the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2008. Spent last season in the LA Dodgers organization, playing for one of your favorite teams, Rancho Cucamonga.
The Rancho Cucamonga Quakes.
Also made it to Double-A with Tulsa last season as a 25-year-old.
No balls and a strike to Cunningham. Robinson still at first, still has a big lead. Here's the pitch by McGovern. And there's a fly ball. Reggie Abercrombie wanders over, makes the catch. And that does it for the Sioux City Explorers. A walk and 3 lazy fly balls. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on the walk, and we'll go to the bottom of the first. It's Sioux City nothing with Winnipeg coming to bat. This is Casinos of Winnipeg, Goldeyes Baseball, live on Shaw TV.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
Nice shot from Dave Neufeld's center field camera of downtown Winnipeg. Welcome back to Shaw Park. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning, but before that, the Sioux City Explorers starting defensive alignment is brought to you by Taco Time with 3 locations right here in Winnipeg: 23 Marion Street, 2371 Ness Avenue, and 1353 McPhillips. Matt Coach is the catcher. Jacob Kubler, the pitcher turned first baseman for this series. Jarek Cunningham is at second, Nate Sampson at short, and Tommy Mendonca is at third base. Derek Robinson is in left, Tim Colwell is in center, and Ralph Enriquez is the right fielder. The designated hitter for the Sioux City Explorers is Brendan Slattery, and Ryan Zimmerman is the pitcher. That's the Sioux City Explorers starting defensive alignment, brought to you by Taco Time with 3 locations in Winnipeg to serve you. Tonight's starting pitcher for Sioux City is brought to you by Shaw Free Range TV. Tell us about Ryan Zimmerman, not the Ryan Zimmerman with the Washington Nationals.
No, certainly not, Scott. He's a 6'1", 200-pound right-hander from Fremont, California. He was a 30th round draft pick of the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2010. There you see his numbers, 2 and 7, 6.34 ERA, which is a massive surprise considering this is a guy that went 14 and 2 with the 1.80 ERA last year for these same Sioux City Explorers. It's his 11th
pitcher of the year, was he not?
11th start of the year, 12th appearance. And to be quite frank, he's been very inconsistent. He's been really in one of those situations where he's been roughed up with one bad inning at a time, or 1 or 2 bad innings in a game, and his numbers are not very good.
That's the Sioux City Explorer starting pitcher Ryan Zimmerman, brought to you by Shaw Free Range TV. Download the app today and watch your favorite shows, movies, and live sports anywhere, anytime. Adam Heisler steps in. He'll lead it off for the Goldeyes. The first pitch to Heisler is outside for ball 1. Goldeyes starting lineup has Heisler leading it off in the designated hitter spot, followed by Michael Gonzalez, Josh Romanski, Willie Cabrera, Reggie Abercrombie, Jake Rogers, Cassio Grider, Wes Darville, and the number 9 hitter is the catcher, Tanner Murphy.
Now, this is the kind of pitcher the Goldeyes need to take advantage of. Obviously, Zimmerman has struggled out of the gate, and they need to put up some hits against him early.
2 balls and 1 strike to Heisler. Adam Heisler had last night off. He came in and pinch hit late in the game, had a productive out, moved the base runners along, but at that stage, the score was 8-4. And we were in the 9th inning. 2-1 to Heisler. Here's the pitch. Foul back. 2-2.
David Rome taking a breather to start the game. I would expect to see him at some point either as a pinch hitter or to come into the game defensively. Rick Forney told me before the game he just wanted to give him a few innings off. He's a guy who's played a lot. He's been a very productive hitter, but seen a few of his guys have had injury trouble. He doesn't want to get Rome in one of those stretches like Adam Heisler had himself.
It's a ground ball to the second baseman. Cunningham fires over to Kubler, 1 away. So Heisler is the first out of the ball game for the Goldeyes, and that'll bring up Michael Gonzalez.
It's funny, I was in Steve Montgomery's office when Kubler came into his office, and Steve just looked at him and said, "Yes, you're at first base again." One of those great scenes in independent and minor league baseball. We always talk about versatility in the American Association. Not a lot of days off. You got to have guys who can play multiple positions. And sometimes that means pitchers having to play the field and position players having to pitch on occasion.
All I can remember from Moneyball is Chris Pratt playing Scott Hatterberg, saying the only thing he fears is the ball being hit in his general direction. Jacob Kubler is right on the edge of the grass. I think he'd like it hit to him. There's a line shot base hit, however, by Michael Gonzalez. That's the first hit of the ball game for the Goldeyes. It's brought to you by the University of Winnipeg. This year, the Goldeyes leading hitter will win the Tear, the cover off the ball trophy, presented by the University of Winnipeg. The current leader is getting the night off. It's David Rome hitting .347. David Rome, the Goldeyes leading hitter at .347. And Michael Gonzalez rips a base hit.
Pitch up in the zone, just tattooed it over the shortstop or past the shortstop. Didn't try to do too much with it. Otherwise, that's a pop up to left field, most likely. Instead, it's a line drive into left field and a base hit for Gonzalez, who has really picked up his batting average. He had a good on-base percentage, even when he was struggling, but he's really got himself into a groove offensively.
Zimmerman checks the runner. There's the pitch. It's outside. Michael Gonzalez is in the top 5 in base stealers. He is 5th in the league with 16.
Yeah. Only been caught twice this year.
A steal here moves him into 2nd place with 3 other players with 17. Gonzalez checks out Zimmerman. He doesn't go. Pitch is low and outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Josh Romanski. Romanski last night hit a bomb of a home run, and there is nobody hotter on this Goldeyes team than Romanski. He's 19 for 51, a .373 average in his last 13 games. He is raking right now, and his batting average has gone up to .298. 5 home runs, 33 driven in. There goes, nope, Gonzalez stops. He started towards second base and stopped dead and went back to first.
A little bluff there, perhaps.
3 balls and no strikes to Josh Romanski. I don't think that Gonzalez will put himself into a position to get thrown out in this particular situation.
Well, he shouldn't.
3-0 to Romanski. Pitch is low and outside, and on 4 pitches, Romanski draws a walk. And that brings up the newcomer, Willie Cabrera. Boy, has this guy been hitting the baseball. Cabrera's your cleanup hitter tonight. Your cleanup hitter, as it is every night, is brought to you by Multi-Material Stewardship Manitoba. Did you know that Manitobans produce nearly 85 metric tons of residential recycled material each year? That's enough to fill Shaw Park more than 10 feet high. When each person pitches in to help make our community greener, everybody wins. Visit simplyrecycle.ca to learn what you can recycle. Batting .315 with 9 home runs and 46 driven in. Willie Cabrera came over from Joplin, and on that road trip added a lot of punch to that lineup.
Certainly did. He's just a real good veteran presence in the middle of the lineup as well, Scott.
And nobody takes a cut like Willie Cabrera. He is
but
not
he makes
ever
a lot of
cheated.
contact.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a guy second most RBI in the American Association since 2012. Former Goldeye Josh Mazzola, the only one who has more during that span.
Goldeyes with runners at first and second. Here's the pitch to Cabrera. That's low, ball 2. 6 consecutive pitches out of the strike zone from Ryan Zimmerman.
I would say right now, this is the kind of player who doesn't necessarily have to take. If he gets a cookie over the middle of the plate, he has free reign to swing right out of the shoes and try to hit it into the river.
I don't think he'd pay any attention to Rick anyway.
Oh, come on.
He swings
yes, he
the
would.
bat hard. And he does not get cheated. Here's the pitch way outside. He's also got a pretty good eye.
Yep,
he's a very good hitter.
Oh,
this is a guy who was hitting .360 in Joplin this year.
I asked Rick Forney if he was surprised that he was available, and he said when a team's struggling, sometimes you just got to make the phone calls. You don't know who's going to be available, and this was one time where it was fortunate that the phone call was made. Real good addition to the Goldeyes lineup.
Last night, in his first game as a Goldeye at home, Cabrera went 0 for 4. But he took some cuts last night. 3-0 the count to Willie Cabrera. Here's the pitch. That's right down the middle for a strike, 3-1. He was taking all the way. Reggie Abercrombie in the on-deck circle. Goldeyes with an opportunity here to get something started. Gonzalez at second. Romanski at first. Zimmerman delivers, and there's a fly ball to right field. Hit deep, hit long. It is gone! The 10th home run of the year for Willie Cabrera. And the Winnipeg Goldeyes have taken a 3-0 lead. The newcomer, Cabrera, hits one the other way. And it's a 3-run bomb. Gonzalez, Romanski, Cabrera crosses the plate. And the Goldeyes have the early advantage. The home run is brought to you by Home Run Sports all season long. Home Run Sports will bring you all of the home runs. Home Run Sports located at 20 De La Seigneurie Boulevard. And it's 3-0 Goldeyes.
Great at bat for Cabrera. Scott on the 3-0. He got a cookie down the middle and took it for a strike. On the 3-1, he gets a fastball away, and instead of trying to pull it, he goes with the pitch and shows off his tremendous opposite field power, dumping it over the wall for a 3-run blast, getting the Goldeyes on the board.
So that's something the Goldeyes haven't seen a lot of at home this year, and that's a big step for this ball club. As we mentioned, 8-12 at home. This would be the time to get started with a 9-game homestand coming up. And here comes Abercrombie. Reggie has 86 home runs. 87 is the current record. Swing and a miss. Reggie took a cut too.
Great changeup right there from Zimmerman.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Reg.
He's been around the league a long time. Longevity is part of it, but he still put up a lot of home runs. You can't take that away. That's definitely an impressive display by Reggie Abercrombie. And I don't think he'll just stop after breaking the record either.
There's the pitch, and it's chopped foul. It was a pitch that Reggie felt he could not let go. He was just trying to protect the plate. The count remains 1-2. Abercrombie last night solid. 3 for 4, 2 runs scored, 1 driven in. Raised his batting average to .254. He has 7 home runs and 23 runs driven in. Zimmerman gets the sign, kicks. Curveball hit down the line right at Mendonça at third. Guns it over to Kubler at first, and that's the second out of the inning.
Abercrombie did a nice job of staying with the curveball. Got a good piece of it, but right at the third baseman.
Here comes Jacob Rogers. Rogers last night was 1 for 3, raised his average to .255.
One last thought on David Rome. He was beamed with that fastball in the back yesterday. That had nothing to do with him sitting down today. He's not injured, just getting a bit of a breather here out of the gate from manager Rick Forney.
Zimmerman delivers low ball 1 to Jacob Rogers, and what we've seen from both pitchers early is a little trouble with the command. Now, you have to admit, Kevin McGovern snapped out of it quickly. But it has haunted Zimmerman in this inning, and there's one nubbed right off the end of the bat. Well, 1-1 to Jake Rogers. Jacob Rogers is from Clearwater, Florida. Played in high school at Dunedin High School. Played a lot of his high school games in that Toronto Blue Jays park, their spring training park. There's a fly ball into center field, coming on hard, and he didn't get it. It was a great effort by Colwell in center. It'll go for a base hit for Rogers. Great effort by Tim Colwell, a center fielder. But it's a single for Jake Rogers, the Goldeyes' third hit of the inning, and that'll bring up Cassio Grider.
What an effort indeed. I think if this is not a slippery field after all the precipitation that we've had, I think this play might have been made. Little flare, great hustle. Got his glove on, or did it might have bounced?
He might have trapped it.
It was kind of a,
but it was a tremendous
tough
effort.
Oh, absolutely. Tim Colwell with great hustle in center field, and also did a nice job of keeping it in front of him and holding him to a single.
So Rogers is at first for Grider. On the last road trip, Cassio Grider demonstrated some incredible power. He had 3 3-run home runs in the 7-game road trip. Now has 6 on the season. Not only that, he's one of the Goldeyes leaders in RBIs with 29. The Goldeyes had a tremendous road trip all around. Pitch misses, 1-1 to Grider. They finished 5-2 going through Gary and Sioux Falls. Won the series in Gary 2-1 and won the series in Sioux Falls 3-1.
Also showed some great patience on that road trip as well.
This pitch that's in there, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Grider.
We talked about Michael Gonzalez earlier. Cassio Grider is a guy who was really struggling offensively at the start of the year, but he wasn't taking his walks where Gonzalez was. Now Grider started to show that patience that we saw last year. Lo and behold, he's got his batting average up over 250.
There's a ground ball to the third baseman Mendonça. He'll flip it over to second. That'll get Rogers, and that'll end the inning. But the Goldeyes put 3 on the board. 3 runs on 3 hits, no errors, 1 man left. We've played a complete inning in downtown Winnipeg. You look at Ryan Zimmerman of the Sioux City Explorers. It's the Goldeyes 3 on the 3-run bomb by Willie Cabrera. And there's Dancing Gabe still signing autographs today. The most popular man in the ballpark. It's Dancing Gabe bobblehead night. You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg. Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw TV.
You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
He has the power to wipe out the entire human race. If we believe there's even a 1% chance that he is our enemy, we have to take it as an absolute certainty.
The greatest gladiator match in the history of the world. God versus man. Day versus night.
You're psychotic.
Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV is brought to you by Casinos of Winnipeg's 2 locations, Club Regent and McPhillips Station Casinos. CasinosofWinnipeg.com.
Welcome back to Shaw Park. It's 3-0 for the Goldeyes after the first inning. A very special night here in Winnipeg at Shaw Park because it's Dancing Gabe bobblehead night. The first 1,000 fans received a Dancing Gabe bobblehead. If you weren't so lucky and you weren't one of those first 1,000, that's totally okay too. They're selling these for $25 each, and all of the money goes towards the Field of Dreams Foundation, so it's for a great cause. Dancing Gabe, certainly a fixture in this community, and a beautiful bobblehead. He looks great. Let's plug our social media as well. We want to see your pictures on Twitter and Instagram tonight. Use the hashtag Let's Play WPG and tag us in your photos for your chance to win tickets. Right, Goldie? Very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Goldie. Thank you, Dancing Gabe bobblehead. We'll go to the top of the second inning. Tommy Mendonça, Ralph Enriquez, and Matt Coach to face Kevin McGovern. Hey, congrats to Anthony Coombs. Former Bison, former Sturgeon Heights collegiate star. Anthony Coombs scores his first CFL touchdown tonight for the Toronto Argos.
Be a lot of people in Winnipeg happy about that.
Yeah, good for him. Great kid. Really good person. First pitch to Mendonça is in there for strike one. It's getting windy. Pitch is high and inside, right under the chin.
Little chin music right there.
Getting really windy at the ballpark. The wind is blowing out from right field through center field, so it's coming across the infield.
Well, I got to tell you, I am shocked we started this game on time.
I'm shocked that you got back from Clear Lake. You've been playing golf all week.
Yeah, great couple days out there.
On the Twitter machine.
Oak Island on Monday and Clear Lake the last 2 days. Fantastic.
It's a ground ball to the first baseman, Jake Rogers. He handles it, flips it to McGovern, who makes the play at first. And that's the first out of the inning. And brings up Ralph Enriquez, the right fielder, switch-hitting right fielder. 3 home runs, 19 driven in, hitting .237 on the season.
Don't worry, I texted you right away. I didn't want you to be worried about me leaving you alone in the booth. I wasn't going to do that to you.
I didn't think you would. I figured you just after the game's over tonight, you get back in your car and head back to Clear Lake.
No, it was great.
It
great
looked
fun,
off.
Great,
it just
great
looked
fun.
awesome up there.
Just in spectacular condition.
Just frighteningly beautiful. First pitch to Enriquez is in there for strike one. Ralph Enriquez is from one of my favorite places on the planet, Key West, Florida. You ever been to Key West?
No, I have not, but I've heard it's beautiful.
It is phenomenal.
I'll take your advice one of these days.
Yes, you should go. You'll end up like Ernest Hemingway, as a writer as you are. You'll never want to leave. Go to Sloppy Joe's, where he used to sit at the table with his typewriter.
There you go.
Pound out Old Man on the Sea. Yeah, it's quite a place.
There's that wipeout slider that we were talking about.
It was a pretty nice pitch, too, and I think he thought he had Enriquez.
Very close.
1 ball and 2 strikes. McGovern kicks, delivers. That's high with 2-2.
McGovern popping the radar gun. Low 90s here. Got it up to 92 in a couple pitches this inning.
Kevin McGovern said he talked to a number of major league clubs, thought he was going to be drafted, sat around with his folks, waited for the phone call to come, and it never came. But he went to Detroit. He and his dad drove to Detroit and had a Frontier League tryout, signed with the Frontier League, and there's a pitch that's right in there, and Enriquez knew it.
Did he ever?
He wasn't looking for that off-speed pitch. He got it and just put his head down and walked toward the dugout.
Great slider. Absolutely buckled his knees right there with that one. And there's nothing you can do except put your head down and start walking towards the dugout. Oh boy, he knew it, like he said. He put his head down, made his way to the dugout.
So 2 away as McGovern breezes through the first 2 hitters in the second inning, and that brings up Matt Coach, the catcher. Coach is hitting .225. He has 4 home runs, a little bit of pop. 29 driven in. First pitch misses. 1 ball and no strikes to Matt Coach. Coach hails from Manhattan Beach, California.
Speaking of beautiful places.
Speaking of beautiful places, yes. 27 years old, 6 foot, 220.
He's a big guy. No surprise he's got some of that power, as you mentioned.
2 balls and no strikes to Coach. Kevin McGovern kicks, delivers. Swing and a miss. 2-1 to Coach.
Real good movement on that fastball right there. Good late movement. It's a phrase you heard a lot on the broadcast last night for the MLB All-Star game. A lot of pitchers with late life on the fastball.
It's a ground ball foul. 2-2 to Matt Coach.
Well, Dylan Betances popping the gun at 102 yesterday.
Isn't it incredible that you can go Betances and Aroldis Chapman?
And then Miller in the middle.
Yeah.
Dumping the slider in your back
why
foot.
aren't the Yankees better than they are?
Well, their starting pitching has been awful.
Yeah. That's quite a bullpen, though, isn't it?
And they got about 6 DHs in the lineup.
That's true. 2-2 the count to Coach. Pitch is way outside, counts full.
That was a pretty good display yesterday in San Diego.
Yeah, other than the Canadian anthem, it was fine. That was embarrassing. And stupid. What was the point of that?
I have no answer
Oh,
for
I
you.
know. 3-2 the count. Foul back onto the street. Uh-oh. Let's hope. Somebody's going to need Mako. Mako, collision repair and auto body at 983 Wall Street. Canada's Body Shop. We'll see Rod, my buddy. 3-2 the count to Matt Coach. Here's the pitch. And there's a fly ball. Lazy fly ball into right field. Romanski, not a problem, makes the catch. And that'll do it. So a good inning for Kevin McGovern, nothing across. We'll go to the bottom of the second. The Goldeyes have given Kevin McGovern a 3-0 lead. There probably isn't a pitcher on this staff who's had more no decisions than Kevin McGovern. It's Winnipeg 3, Sioux City nothing. This is Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw.
Watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
Sitting here with first baseman for your Goldeyes, Jacob Rogers. Jacob, about a week ago, you actually made your first professional pitching appearance. It was kind of a crazy game against the Cardinals, right? You went in at the bottom of the 8th inning, I believe. It was 16-9 already. But regardless of the result, I just wanted you to tell me how that was for you when Forney says, hey, you're going in.
Well, we actually didn't know exactly what was going on. He just pointed to me and Rome, the right fielder, and he said, switch gloves. And so I said, okay. So he was running in. I knew he was going to probably play first base. I thought maybe I was going to the outfield. But I was trying to think, I was like, there's not going to be a double switch. And he's like, no, you're on the mound. Use his glove to pitch. I was like, oh, all right.
Wow.
I messed around a couple times before practice while we were waiting on the pitchers, just throwing a couple pitches off the mound and stuff. Yeah. I used to pitch in high school, so it was fun getting back out there. But you don't ever want to score a run up like that where you have to use a position player to get through the game.
Would you want another crack at it sometime?
Yeah, that's what I told the guys. I said I definitely want to get a crack. So I got a couple bets with the guys. Duke, I told him I could throw 90. So he definitely wants to see if I could do it in a game.
Thanks very much for your time, Jacob.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. That's not so surprising because there hasn't been a first baseman that's played here that throws the ball to second base with more accuracy and more snap than Rogers does on that ground ball with a runner at first. I haven't seen more double play opportunities from a first baseman than we have this year from Jake Rogers.
Well, even Casey Arthur
he was very good at it.
Was a pitcher as well.
Yeah.
Though. He came in, did a little pitching. Gabe's ready. He's ready to dance. The song is "Let's Dance." But Gabe's ready to get after it.
He's always ready to get after it. But he's bobblehead guy. He's got to work tonight.
I thought he got the night off today.
Oh no.
He would not want the night off.
He would not want the night off.
Great effort from Gabe. Jacob Rogers, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 2 earned runs allowed, 1 walk, no strikeouts. He did surrender a homer. That gives him a 27 ERA. That's why he wants to get another appearance to work that down.
For the Goldeyes at the bottom of the second, it'll be the number 8 hitter, Wes Darville, followed by Tanner Murphy, and then we'll go back to the top of the order, and Adam Heisler. So the left-handed hitting Darville steps in against Zimmerman. First pitch is on the inside corner for strike 1. Goldeyes lead at 3-0 on the 3-run home run by Willie Cabrera. Zimmerman kicks, delivers. It catches the corner. No balls and 2 strikes now to Darville. Wes Darville has struggled recently. He's batting .235. Has yet to hit a home run, has 16 driven in. Last night, Wes Darville was 0 for 4. It was a ground ball foul. Hit it hard, hit it foul. Nice crowd tonight, probably about 5,200 in the ballpark. The patios are full. The clay oven is full tonight. No balls and 2 strikes to Darvill. Here's the pitch, and it's a little flare into center field. Caldwell calls for the ball and makes the catch, and 1 away. Darvill flies out to the center fielder, Tim Caldwell, and that'll bring up Tanner Murphy. Tanner Murphy has not had a lot of opportunity to play. He has a home run and 8 driven in, batting .216.
31st game for Murphy. Not all of those are complete games, though.
No, they're not.
Started 24 times.
He only has 74 at bats, 16 hits. Great shoes, however. He does have the prize-winning shoes.
A lot of the neon last night in the game.
There was,
the
wasn't
All-Star
there?
game as well.
There's 1 hit foul. Did you happen to catch Victor Martinez and his Venezuelan flag shoes?
No, I missed the first few innings. So
It was ESPN Venezuelan night.
Oh, nice.
And he wore the Venezuelan flag shoes. And even Miggy couldn't believe it.
Only got back for the 5th inning. Was out for dinner last night at TR McCoy's. Also delicious out at Clear Lake.
You had fun in Clear Lake, didn't you?
Oh, it was fantastic.
I'm so jealous. 1-1 to Tanner Murphy.
It's a great part of the province.
Yeah, it really is. Great golf course. There's a line shot into the gap. Will it get down and go to the wall? It might. Should be a double. And Murphy tripped at first base. He'll go into second. If he had been able to round first, he might have had a shot at a triple. As it is, it's a double for the number 9 hitter, and that helps the batting average. Murphy not happy with himself.
Great swing on this one, Scott. Real good compact swing.
It was really nice.
Really good shot right through the alley to the old Dutch sign, and he did definitely blow a tire around first base. I'm not sure what's going to be discussed here. Steve Montgomery is not happy about something.
Is Montgomery suggesting that he missed the bag? Montgomery is not very happy.
He's beside himself.
He is getting a explanation from Tony Mueller, the first base
He does not agree with the explanation.
Does not agree with the explanation. Steve is animated.
Oh,
Steve is animated.
We love it that he's animated.
Yeah, but Steve is animated when you sit down and have a conversation with him in his office.
But you don't see him get upset overly often unless there's something that's missed. A call that's missed, generally speaking.
Known as Mongo, Steve Montgomery, one of the great pitching coaches in the history of this league, as a pitching coach with the Fargo-Moorhead Redhawks and Doug Simonek. So that puts a runner at second with 1 out, and brings up Adam Heisler, the number 1 hitter. Gonzalez is in the on-deck circle. 1 away, 1 ball to Heisler. Murphy with a pretty good lead at second base. Pitch just misses. 2 balls and no strikes. Heisler with a good eye at the plate. Heisler, they play straight away at every position. Mendonca's in a little bit at third. Heisler does handle a bat well, could lay one down, but I doubt he would.
Not a 2-0.
No. That pitch is on the corner. 2 balls and 1 strike.
The beauty of the in-game managerial interview is we may be able to find out what got Steve Montgomery so ticked off when Mike Valente has a chance to speak with him.
My guess is he thought that Murphy missed the bag, and boy, it was messed up at first base.
It was a bit of a tumble.
Yeah, but Tanner Murphy could have had 3 there. There's a pitch in the dirt. 3-1 now to Heisler.
That would have been close. It looked like he was starting to think about it, which is probably why he tripped.
Yeah.
Ball shot to the gap. You're thinking you better make a good play around the bag. And you can see the footprints from here around the bag.
3-1 to Adam Heisler. Heisler, 3 home runs, 21 driven in. Injuries have hurt Adam Heisler all this season. Hitting .304, he has 158 at-bats in 39 of the Goldeyes' 51 games. Zimmerman delivers, and that's in the dirt. Heisler draws a walk.
But personally, I would have thought that Murphy fell because he touched the front of the bag and because it would be slippery. But it's entirely possible he missed it. We'll find out.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll try to find out.
Steve Montgomery thinks anyway.
Indeed.
So the Goldeyes with runners at first and second and just 1 away. And here comes Michael Gonzalez. Gonzalez ripped a single his first time up back in the first inning. And was the first man across the plate when Willie Cabrera hit his 3-run homer. Pitch to Gonzalez on the corner for strike 1. Michael Gonzalez now hitting .270. He has 2 homers, driven in 24 this year. Speaking of Venezuelans, Michael Gonzalez, Venezuelan ball player. There's a pitch, and there's a shot into right field. It is right at the right fielder, Ralph Enriquez. Enriquez gets it back into the infield quickly. That's the second out.
And Scott, we talked about the struggles Zimmerman's been having, but he's only given up 2 home runs now. He only had given up 1 home run going into the contest. The second being the one to Willie Cabrera. Cody Forsyth has already given up 12 this year. That's a lot.
So here comes Romanski. He walked his first time up, scored a run. He has a runner in scoring position right here. Heisler at first, Murphy at second, 2 away. First pitch to Romanski's way outside for ball 1. Romanski has an opportunity here to give the Goldeyes a big lead. Romanski has 5 homers, hit his 5th last night. Came in hitting .298. Driven in 33. Not bad for an ex-pitcher.
I would say so.
There's a chopper to second. Cunningham to Kubler, and that'll do it. It's the Goldeyes. Go down to the second inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, 2 left. And we'll go to the third. The Goldeyes still lead at 3-0. This is Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball, live on Shaw TV.
You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
And ready to go. Sitting here now with Willie Cabrera. Willie, you were the newest addition to this team. I hear there's a funny story of how you got to Canada.
Well, it's not really funny. I mean, I just spent 2 hours at the border.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not funny at all, actually.
My lovely friend Tara over here drove us across the border. You know, we got there and everything was supposed to be set and done. It was supposed to be quick, and then, you know, the power kept on going out the border, so they had to keep on going, like restart and do the whole process again. So it took forever. But I'm here now. Okay. I'm happy to be here. The weather is lovely.
I detect sarcasm. But now once you're a big slugger, right? You know how to hit the ball. So what has it been like for you since you've joined the team?
It's been great. You know, I'm not the only one that can hit on this ball club. You know, 1 through 9, they can all pretty much swing it. You know, and it's nice to hit, you know, in front of Reggie. You know, guys don't want to face Reggie with guys on base, so they're going to come after me, which is fine with me. You know, so it helps to see a couple more fastballs than usual.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Willie Cabrera, ladies and gentlemen. 1 in 4 deaths on Manitoba roads involves a distracted driver. Texting and driving is illegal. Could cost you a $200 fine, 2 demerits, or your life. Please don't text and drive. Don't play Pokemon Go while you're driving either. Just as an aside,
please don't.
A message from me, Manitoba Public Insurance, and your Winnipeg Goldeyes. little Pokemon Go has got people going crazy. For the Sioux City Explorers in this third inning, leading off is Brendan Slattery, followed by Jake Kubler and Derek Robinson. Brendan Slattery hit his first professional home run last night. McGovern's first pitch to Slattery is low for ball one.
It's been a nice find for Steve Montgomery. Come in and did a nice job. 22nd start of the year, 30th game for Slattery.
Quickly, Slattery gets ahead 2-0. 2 balls and no strikes from Kevin McGovern. Edwin Carl with the clipboard. Looks like he'll start tomorrow night as the Goldeyes and Sioux City play game 3 of this series. There's a ground ball to the shortstop, Michael Gonzalez. He flips it across to Rogers. And one away here in this third inning. The Goldeyes go at it tomorrow with Sioux City again. And then Gary comes to town on Friday for a 3-game series. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. At 7 on Friday, 6 on Saturday, and 1 on Sunday. And then St. Paul comes in for 3 games Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all 7 o'clock starts. That'll be a big series for the Goldeyes.
McGovern's done just a fantastic job since having a little bit of trouble with command in the first couple of batters. He's really got himself into a groove here.
This is as good as I've seen McGovern.
Great movement on his fastball,
really does.
on his sinker.
He's got it up to 92. That fastball's been pretty good tonight.
And his slider's moving.
Jake Kubler is the hitter. He is batting .500 actually coming in.
2 for 4 yesterday.
2
right?
for 4. Yeah. There's a chopper, foul. 1 ball and 1 strike. McGovern's also a pretty good athlete. He gets off the mound quickly. Said in his freshman year of high school, he tried out for basketball, football, and baseball. Made football and baseball. But when you make varsity in grade 9 as an American pitcher, I think baseball was the right choice for Kevin
I would
McGovern.
say so.
From the age of 10, he said he wanted to be a pitcher. That's all he ever wanted to do.
Keebler is from Lincoln, Nebraska. Went to the same high school, Lincoln Southeast High School in Lincoln. Same high school as Alex Gordon of the Kansas City Royals.
So that slider again, it misses 2-2.
Pretty solid prospect. Was drafted by the Kansas City Royals. Essentially his hometown team. Was in the Arizona Fall League in 2014.
Pitch to Kubler's high. Full count to Jake Kubler, the pitcher, now playing first base. 6'5", 215. McGovern gets the sign. Here's the pitch. That's right down the middle for strike 3, and there was no doubt. Fastball at 90.
Froze him. Now
McGovern has very, very good stuff tonight.
Good.
There's no doubt about
really
that.
Good sinker right there. A little bit of slider movement to it, but it was a little bit too hard to be a slider, but just great movement on that hard fastball.
That was a tremendous pitch.
Great sink on that pitch.
So 2-way here in the third. We'll go back to the top of the order. Here's Derek Robinson. He walked his first time up. First pitch way outside. Again, 92. That fastball's humming tonight. One ball and no strikes. Robinson hitting .320. The pitch high again. 2 balls and no strikes. There is obviously, maybe it wasn't so much command as the respect McGovern has for Robinson, being the best hitter in this ball club.
Nate Sampson might give him a little argument, but great leadoff man. 2 real good players in the 1 and 3 slots.
Pitch is on the corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. I was at 91, Kenny. Kevin McGovern. Gets the sign from Tanner Murphy. Murphy sets up inside. Here's the pitch, and that's in there for strike 2. 2 pitches in a row, knee high on the inside corner. You throw it there for an entire ball game, you're going to be successful.
Yeah, you will not give up a lot of knocks in a game like that.
2-2 the count. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. That was another
slider,
and that just snapped.
Yeah, it looked like the slider on the shoe tops there.
So Robinson will step back in, counts full. Murphy gives him the sign. There's the pitch. It misses, and Robinson walks again. Second time tonight that McGovern has walked Robinson. He's been the only base runner. That'll bring up Colwell, the number 2 hitter.
How about that performance by Madison Bumgarner on the Sunday before the All-Star festivities?
How about it? You know how hard it is to throw a no-hitter in the big leagues?
Oh, man.
It's just stunning.
But you hang one slider and there's a base hit to right field.
Because they can all hit.
And the no-hitter is over.
They can all hit. And you hang the slider to anybody, though.
Right.
Here's Colwell, 0 for 1. He flied out to center field his first trip to the plate. Pitch by McGovern is high, ball 1. Tanner Murphy going to have a chat with this pitcher.
I think he was overthrowing a little bit on that one. I get it's got to be hard to find your footing. The mound does look a little bit
It was really
wet.
slippery last night. There was some complaints from a number of pitchers last night how slippery the mound was, and they were throwing diamond dry on it last night.
There's a ton of it on there. You can tell just by the shade of the mound right now, that reddish clay. Robinson, another Kansas City Royals draft pick. He was a 4th round pick in 2006.
4th round. Wow.
Good prospect.
1 ball and no strikes to Colwell. McGovern checks the runner. Here's the pitch. That's in there for a strike. 1-1 to Colwell. As we mentioned before, he's the Minnesotan on this ball club from Shoreview. Young player, just an LS1. There's the pitch, and it's chopped to Jake Rogers. He'll handle it easily. Step on the bag, and Kevin McGovern is through the 3rd. No runs, no hits. There was a walk, no errors, and 1 man left. We've played 2.5 innings on a muggy, wet, windy night here in Shaw Park. You look at Kevin McGovern. Goldeyes lead at 3-0. This is Casinos of Winnipeg. Goldeyes baseball. It's live on Shaw TV.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
Chiropractors in Manitoba are passionate about the services they provide. Over the years, they've developed health and wellness programs for the public that provide preventative approaches to avoiding pain and improving daily performance. One of those programs, Straighten Up Manitoba, that we do right here in the ballpark every night, will help improve posture, stabilize core muscle groups, enhance health, and prevent problems with your spine. Complete the exercises when you have 3 free minutes anytime during your day. A message from the Manitoba Chiropractors Association. And now down to Mike Valente. Mike, do you need a chiropractor tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good so far. We'll see by the end of the night, Scott. Thanks very much. It's 3-0 Goldeyes still. As we head to the bottom of the 3rd inning, we want to show you some pictures here on social media. First up, Craig J. Ward. You know, Pokemon Go is such a phenomenon over the last week or so. He has spotted what is known as a Zubat. Scott and Ken. That is a half poison, half flying Pokemon, I believe. So Craig, good luck. I'm glad you found something here at the ballpark. Carly's also here enjoying Dancing Gabe bobblehead night, as well as Jen. And speaking of Pokemon, guys, from what I understand, Pikachu and Charizard were supposed to play tonight for the Explorers, but they got stuck at the border. So that's too bad. They got stuck at Customs. Back to you.
Yeah, keep trying to make that a joke, Mike. As long as the guy who took the picture of the Pokemon wasn't driving. It's my only issue with it. Run around, get your Pokemons. Don't do it while you're behind the wheel at 60 kilometers an hour. Ever, please. For the Goldeyes in the third inning, it's Willie Cabrera, Reggie Abercrombie, and Jake Rogers. 2 balls and 1 strike quickly to Cabrera. Cabrera is the runs. He is all of it. A 3-run homer back in the first inning.
Let's hope that's the last Pokemon reference on this broadcast.
Yeah, okay. I'm for that.
I'll do my part. I'll do my part as well.
I'm with you. 3 balls and a strike to Willie Cabrera. Cabrera, of course, was with the Joplin Blasters. It's funny, we talked about maybe his availability coming up a couple of weeks ago, and there it was. Phone calls were made. Cabrera's a Goldeye. And he has put up the 3-run homer in tonight's game. And there's another shot to center. Boy, was that drilled deep, deep. It's off the wall in center field. Cabrera will just wander into second base. That was a double that was rocked. Boy, did he hit that, Kenny.
Pretty sure the wind kept that one in the ballpark. That ball is absolutely smashed off the center field wall. Another great swing by Cabrera. It's a hard swing, but it was nice and compact again. Really good job knocking it off the wall. Caldwell tried to get the bounce to come to him. Either way, he's never going to get him at second base. Cabrera gets in there with a stand-up leadoff double. And he's enjoying his new surroundings.
Oh, I think he is. I think he is. A home run and a double in his first 2 at-bats in his second night in the Goldeyes uniform at home. So Cabrera's at second to lead it off. Here's Reggie Abercrombie. A home run here. He ties the American Association all-time record, 87.
Goldeyes have had a little trouble with inconsistency, but the Blasters of Joplin were really struggling. They were taking struggling to a new level.
There's a fly ball into right field, and it drops. It falls in. Reggie Abercrombie going into second. He slides and makes it. Cabrera scores, and the Goldeyes have a 4-0 lead. Boy, I thought for a second that might have been catchable, but Cabrera felt right as soon as it was hit that he was going to score from second base, and he did.
Yeah, great hustle by Cabrera. Personally, I think he was a little bit overly aggressive on the bases, and it might have caught a bit of a break
Let's have
here.
another look at this and see if it was as close as we thought.
Good piece of hitting, but again, because of the way the wind is tailing, the right fielder was a lot closer. Well, no, maybe it was over his head. It was a good read in this case by Cabrera. I thought he was a little bit over aggressive because there were none out. But again, good job of hustling to get home.
Cabrera scores easily.
But I mean,
double for Reggie.
You would hate to get doubled off in that situation if it's caught. But Willie Cabrera has been around a long time. He knows how to run the bases. He got a good read and he scored.
Those of us sitting up here, it was a bit of a nervous moment. I thought for...
Well, we've seen the Goldeyes run themselves out of a few innings.
Exactly.
That's why you got to be 100% sure.
2 balls and no strikes to Jacob Rogers. Reggie's at second.
As it turns out, that didn't seem like it was a very good route by Enriquez.
No, it wasn't. Sixth hit for the Goldeyes in the ballgame. Zimmerman's pitch, swing and a miss. 2 balls and a strike to Jacob Rogers.
Well, when you're a manager and you had a guy that won 14 games and had a sub-2 ERA, you're expecting big things in the year coming up. But sometimes pitchers come to this league, they have a lot of success. Maybe they think the league's a little bit easy. Maybe it affects your off-season work habits. Again, we don't know this, but we've seen it happen over the years.
Well, you see a lot of pitchers in this league have big leagues and expect to get a call.
Sure.
And they don't get a call.
Yeah, it can be demoralizing, no doubt about that.
He was tremendous last year.
Oh.
Now he's just asked for his catcher to
come on out.
Want to have a chat.
Now we'll see what the second half brings.
So Matt Coach goes out to the mound. There's 3 catchers in this lineup tonight for Sioux City. 2 of them aren't catching. You have 1 designated hitter, 1 catcher, 1 outfielder. So Enriquez is a catcher playing right field. That may be the reason why he took the route that he did.
Fair enough. And again, the ball is tailing a little bit too, but my point is it looked like that ball should have been caught.
It did. 3-1 to Rogers. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. 3-2. Counts full. Jake Rogers, the Floridian, state champion high school player. Bounced around a couple of colleges, was drafted a couple of times. Rogers calls time, doesn't step out.
Zimmerman is acting like the human rain delay currently.
Seems to be concerned about a whole lot of things. One is he's got a full count on the Goldeyes number 6 hitter. Pitch misses. Another walk. Still nobody up working in the Sioux City bullpen. Here comes Cassio Grider with runners at first and second.
Steve Montgomery told me before the game they played 40 innings against the Fargo Moorhead Redhawks in a 3-game series. A lot of extras. The bullpen basically just getting back to full strength last night. So you can't exactly afford to have your starter get knocked out of the game in the 3rd or the 4th inning tonight. And the Explorers have a very good bullpen. It's probably the strength of their club.
So Rogers at first, Abercrombie at second. The infield is in, expecting the bunt from Grider with nobody out. He didn't show bunt, strike 1.
Maybe if it's a 1 or 2-0 game, but at 4-0, I think Rick Forney may allow him to swing away here. But you know, the other part of that is that you have a pitcher playing first base, so you may consider trying to bunt it past the pitcher and see if the first baseman / pitcher can field it.
The first baseman / pitcher is on the grass, and there's a foul ball. Way out of play.
To me,
nice catch by a fan. That's why you bring a glove to the ballpark. Good catch.
Very nice job. And to me, I think with a 4-0 lead, you got a pitcher on the ropes. I think you play for the big inning.
Yeah, I think
no need to sacrifice.
2 strikes now on Grider. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Cassio Grider goes down on strikes. That's the first out of the inning.
And that's the crisp breaking ball that we saw last season from Ryan Zimmerman. Really good curveball in the dirt, got Grider to chase it. The sign man has the Wes We Can sign with him today.
Well, Wes has an opportunity to drive in a run. He has 16 RBIs this season. Reggie with speed at second base. First pitch to Darvill is low, ball 1. Wes Darvill from the Langley Blaze. Played on the Blaze with Brett Laurie, the Chicago White Sox. Pitch by Zimmerman, a little pop fly. Caldwell comes on, and it drops. It's a base hit for Darvill. Abercrombie was in a real good position between second and third.
Well, he saw it all the way. This is heads up base running by Reggie Abercrombie, who's making a new friend here at third base. Wrapped his arm around Mendonça. Pitcher does his job. Darvill takes an awfully big swing. Nate Sampson going back. He loses track of it, and
Caldwell had called it.
Turns around to see there's nobody there. That's a definite miscue.
And since nobody touched it, it'll go as a base hit. 7th hit of the game for the Goldeyes. So here comes Tanner Murphy with the bases loaded. 1 out here in the 3rd. Goldeyes already have a run in this inning, lead at 4-0. So Zimmerman now with them loaded. Gets the sign from coach. Here's the pitch. It's in the dirt, ball 1. He has no place to put Tanner Murphy. And the top of the order coming up behind him.
Murphy had a real good at bat his first plate appearance.
Sure did. Doubled. Gave it a real good swing. Zimmerman gets the sign. He sets. Swing and a miss. Big long swing by Murphy.
Looked like Murphy was trying to go yard with that one. And hey, when you're a guy like Tanner Murphy and you're looking for more playing time, you've already got yourself an extra base hit tonight. You're trying to break this game wide open right here. He looked for a fastball, he got it, and he just missed it. Corners are playing in. They're going to play for 2 up the middle. Corners are in.
Abercrombie at 3rd. Rogers at 2nd. Darville at 1st. Pitch just misses. 2 balls and a strike. That's another thing that's been bothering Zimmerman.
No
He's
question.
been close on a couple of calls.
Well, if you're Tanner Murphy, that's a good take, and if you're Zimmerman, you wonder why the corner wasn't called. The beauty of the cat and mouse game. And the difference between 2 and 1 and 1 and 2 counts. Massive in this situation.
Three balls and 1 strike now to Tanner Murphy.
He can afford to be patient. There's nowhere to put him. If he gets a pitch he can drive, he'll be swinging. But if it's a borderline pitch, you can bet that Murphy will be taking it.
Bases loaded, 3 and 1 the count. Pitch is outside for ball 4. Tanner Murphy gets an RBI and a walk. The Goldeyes lead at 5-0 as Reggie Abercrombie trots home. The bases are still loaded. Here comes the top of the order with Adam Heisler. And Steve Montgomery is going to walk out and talk to his pitcher. There is no one warming up.
It's the kind of game where starting pitcher needs to get himself out of the jam here.
There's Tanner Murphy. He's had a pretty nice night already. A double, a walk, a run batted in.
Like Steve Montgomery told him not to worry about the strike zone, just throw a few more strikes.
I think that's all he said. Steve Montgomery, a pretty good pitcher in his own right.
Very good.
So Adam Heisler with the bases loaded. First pitch from Zimmerman outside for ball 1. It's got a text from Doug Kovacs, head coach of Grant Park High School's football team. Suggesting to us that
we appreciate him tuning in.
Not only we appreciate him tuning in, but after this pitch, and there is a long fly ball, high and deep, and it is a grand slam home run by Adam Heisler. Adam Heisler got every little bit of that one, and it's 9-0. This home run brought to you by Home Run Sports. Home Run Sports at 20 de la Seigneurie Boulevard brings you a grand salami by Adam Heisler. Boy, did he crush that, Kenny. That was majestic, a mile high, and it was a no-doubter.
Well, Zimmerman made a mistake after the bases loaded walk. He left a pitch up in the zone, and Heisler absolutely tattoos it. This is an absolute moonshot by Heisler. Really nice swing. Got it up in the air.
And is it deep, too?
And it is onto the street.
My goodness, did he get
onto
all
waterfront,
of that?
and he knew it. Look at that smile right there. No better feeling in sports than the grand slam if you're the one who hit it.
So the grand slam home run, 4 driven in on one swing of the bat by Adam Heisler. And here's Michael Gonzalez, and quickly he's ahead 2-0. I was bringing up the Doug Kovac's note because he suggested to us, the head coach of the Grant Park Pirates, every Goldeye Tater brought to you by Grant Park Football, your far superior choice in high school football, according to Coach Doug Kovacs. So he's been watching. Doug, that one was for you, the grand slam by Adam Heisler. Wow, did he get all of that pitch?
He might be a little biased.
Oh, absolutely he's biased. There's no question about it. No doubt about it. But having said that, we appreciate Doug tuning in.
Oh,
and,
for sure.
That tater was brought to us by Adam Heisler. Boy, was that hit.
Well, he had good timing for the note, as it turns out.
Did he ever? And there's another walk to Gonzalez. There is some action now in the Sioux City pen.
It is number 12, Bubba Maxwell, warming up. Bubba.
It's 9-0 Goldeyes. A 3-run home run by Willie Cabrera and a majestic monster grand slam by Adam Heisler.
Little pep talk right there.
It's hard to imagine a guy like Zimmerman, 14-2 last year, 1.8 ERA, and he has just struggled like crazy, and he is getting bombed tonight. 6 runs here in the third inning.
And again, Steve Montgomery does not want to go to his bullpen in the third inning, but his starting pitcher has left him no choice.
So that's it for Ryan Zimmerman. 9 runs on 8 hits, 2 home runs, and the walks didn't help him. He had 3 in this inning, 1 in the first, 4 walks in 3 innings. And the Goldeyes have a 9-0 advantage. So we have a brand new pitcher for the Sioux City Explorers. Pitching change brought to you by Shaw. Tell us, Kenny, about the brand new pitcher for the Sioux City Explorers.
Well, we're getting the internet working hard for us. He does not have any statistics currently.
Wonder if they signed him yesterday.
Let's see what we have from the...
He is 6', 195. He's just 22 years old, from Vidor, Texas. He's a rookie. But no numbers that we can find anywhere.
Well, we'll keep looking.
And yeah, and we are looking.
What we know is that he is a right-handed thrower. Oh, here we go.
You got him?
Here we go. Just fresh out of college, just finished off his college career at the University of Houston, psychology major. Also played for the Panola College Ponies.
Ponies in
Carthage, Texas, and Lamar University in Beaumont, Texas. This past season, Scott, he appeared in 18 games, including 1 spot start. He was 1-1 with a 2.89 earned run average. He had 3 saves, 43 and 2/3 innings, 41 hits, 21 runs, 14 of which were earned. He gave up just 1 home run, 13 walks, 45 strikeouts, 3 wild pitches. He's from Vidor, Texas. There we go.
King Vidor. So Bubba Maxwell.
Professional debut.
Makes his pro debut here at Shaw Park. And he'll face Josh Romanski to start it off. That's not an easy task. There are a few hitters in the league as hot as Romanski. He has a walk and a ground out tonight, but he is 19 for 52. He's hitting .365.
Wonder if we might see Dylan
So there's
Rowe
a Dancing
today.
Gabe bobblehead.
Former Goldeye
Right
Dylan Rowe.
there it is.
Oh, there he is.
There he is, Dancing Gabe.
Happy customer. Could see Dylan Rowe today. Never know.
Might have a chance. Like Dylan Rowe, Canadian.
Good guy,
Canadian
yeah.
kid, yeah. Real good guy. So here's Josh Romanski with a runner at first. Still only one out here in the third inning. Goldeyes have put up 9 on 2 big home runs by Willie Cabrera and Adam Heisler. Maxwell gets the sign. Here's the pitch. It's in there for a strike. The look on Josh Romanski's face. Okay. Well, whatever.
It seemed to be the 9-0 adjustment of the strikeout or strike zone.
That pitch is in the dirt, 1-1.
And while the wind was blowing out to right now, Scott, pretty heavily, that was not a wind-aided
It wasn't.
blast.
It was gone when it
It
left
was
the bat.
launched.
It was just crushed. Say the same about Cabrera's, too.
Oh, yeah.
There was no doubt about that one. 1-1 to Romanski. Here's the pitch, and that's a one-hopper in the
Great
dirt.
block.
Michael Gonzalez, who is 5th in the league in stolen bases, I doubt will even be thinking about stealing in a 9-0 ballgame.
Yeah, I don't think so.
He's being held at first base by Kubrick. Two and 1 to Romanski. Maxwell delivers. Swing and a miss. And Josh was trying to get that one up into that wind. That was quite a cut by Romanski.
A hearty cut.
Not cheated. Two and 2. Gonzalez at first, just one away. Off-speed pitch outside, 3-2 the count to Romanski. At this stage of the game, Steve Montgomery not looking very happy in his dugout. Would just as soon see his pitcher throw strikes. The runner is off. It's ball 4. Back-to-back walks. Puts runners on first and second. Still with only one out.
It's going to require a scorebook adjustment here.
Yes, it is. We are going to our 10th batter of the inning, and it's Willie Cabrera.
Not exactly off the hook yet for Mr. Bubba Maxwell.
So 2 on, 1 out. And Cabrera, who has a home run and a double in this one, face Bubba Maxwell. Pitches a fastball at 94 in the inside corner. Great pitch by Maxwell. That's pretty impressive.
A little extra pop behind that one.
Yeah, you could hear it. It was one of those ones that sounded like a strike. Maxwell's off-speed pitch, and that is hit high and deep to center field. Back to the wall is Caldwell, and he makes the catch. Willie Cabrera took Caldwell right to the wall for just a long, loud out. But boy, he got every bit of that one.
How about the 3 contacts he's had in this game so
Wow.
far? One over the wall, one off the base of the wall, and one to about 396 feet. Hanging slider from Maxwell. Cabrera is all over it. Played perfectly, though, this time by Tim Caldwell. Hauls it in.
I give it 398 feet.
Yeah,
that's just about the deepest part of the park.
That's about as far as you can hit it without going out.
Here's Reggie. He's looking for 1 home run to tie the American Association record. Off-speed pitch inside, ball 1. Goldeyes lead at 9-0. When was the last time this year at home the Goldeyes have built that kind of a lead?
I can't recall.
It's been a few weeks, I would say, almost a month. They won a game 8-5 in here. We're up 8-1 early.
Right.
There's one fouled off by Reggie.
But it's
one
something.
ball and one strike.
Sorry, Scott. It's something the Goldeyes have not done enough of. When they've had a pitcher on the ropes, they have not been able to deliver that knockout blow. They get a couple runs early, 3 runs early, but then the bats go silent for 5 or 6 innings. Next thing you know, you're in a 1-run ball game. Today, you got a pitcher on the ropes, and a guy who was a very good pitcher last year has been struggling this year. You deliver the knockout punch, and going to make it awfully hard for the Sioux City Explorers bullpen.
Pitch is way inside to Reggie. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Goldeyes had a great road trip. 5 out of 7 they took on that.
It was tremendous. They won the series in Gary, 2-1, and then they won 3 out of 4 in Sioux Falls. They've played tremendously on the road, 18-13 this season. As we mentioned off the top of the show, if they can just start winning at home, there's ball 3, 3-1 to Abercrombie. Jake Rogers in the on-deck circle. Jake Rogers would be the 12th player to hit in this inning if Reggie can keep it going. Pitches inside, ball 4, another walk. That loads him up again, this time for Jake Rogers. The catcher, Matt Coach, goes out and has a talk with Bubba Maxwell.
I like that move. Smart. You got to pitch inside. Again, not that far inside like they did against Reggie Abercrombie, but
I wonder if Steve's thinking about activating himself. And I know what he's saying. Throw strikes. It's 9-0. What are you walking guys for in a 9-0 game? Pitch is high and outside, ball 1.
there's got to be some nerves for Bubba Maxwell making his pro debut, but
bases loaded, 2-away. Here's the pitch. And it's low and inside, ball 2. He has no place to put Jake.
when the second batter you face hits it 395 feet, you're probably going to be a little cautious, even if it's a 9-0 game. But right now, he better not be cautious. He needs to pitch this over the heart of the plate, and if Jacob Rogers can hit it, you tip your cap.
Outside, ball 3. Three balls and no strikes to Rogers with the bases loaded. The 12th man to bat in this inning. Goldeyes have put up a 6th spot already. Of course, a grand slam home run will help you do that. Low, oh, they're going to call strike 1. That looked low and inside from up here.
Throwing a young pitcher a lifeline with that one, perhaps.
Instead of an anchor, throw him a life jacket. 3-1. Swing and a miss. Rogers was late. That was at 92. That's a pretty good fastball. Had some snap on it. Now the count's full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jake Rogers. Reggie at first. Romanski at second. Willie Cabrera hit it 398 feet. Michael Gonzalez at third. Bases loaded. Here's the pitch to Rogers. Runners are going, and it's strike 3. He called Rogers out on strikes, and that ends the inning. Rogers would disagree, and I think the umpires in the stands would too, but that'll do it. Goldeyes pick up 6 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4, just 4 hits. There were no errors and 3 men left on base. We've played 3 innings only, just 3 innings in an hour and a half. It's Casinos of Winnipeg, Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw TV.
You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
Goldeyes Home Run Gang membership. For more information, call 982-BASE.
What is the
Welcome back to Shaw Park. Rick Forney joins me now. 9-0 for your team, Rick. That was quite the inning. Reggie Abercrombie stepping up. Willie Cabrera, the newcomer, highlighted by Adam Heisler with that huge grand slam, which I think landed on the Provencher Bridge. Your thoughts on that inning?
Well, I think the biggest thing is we're making them throw strikes. We're not expanding the zone on ourselves, and we're getting ourselves in some really good hitting counts, and we're taking advantage of it when they make mistakes in the big part of the plate.
This is the longest homestand of the season, Rick. 9 straight games at Shaw Park. Just how imperative is this week for you and your club?
Well, for here on out, it's pretty important for us. I mean, we've kind of dug ourselves in a little bit of a hole. I think we're 9.5 behind St. Paul and got 3 or 4, I think, behind the wild cards. So we really got to start settling in at home. We're going to be stationary for pretty much the rest of the season. We got to start playing better baseball here.
As always, appreciate your time.
All right.
Good luck the rest of the way. There's Rick Forney. Back to Scott and Ken.
No sugarcoating.
Well, Rick never does.
No, exactly, which is
he's not going to lie.
What's great
to you.
about him?
That is one of the great things about Rick, and he knows more than anybody does that this team has to start winning at home. And tonight they've made a pretty good step toward doing that.
Be interesting to see how McGovern responds
That was
here. It was a long time sitting down on the bench.
It was. So we'll see how Kevin McGovern can respond to that long rest he had. It's almost like he missed a day. 12 men to the plate for the Goldeyes in the 3rd inning. They have built him a 9-0 lead, but he has pitched extremely well through the first 3, and I know Kevin, and I know how much he cares about pitching. He's really a student of it.
Really insightful guy.
Yeah, really, really a sharp guy.
Loves baseball, real big passion for the game and the craft.
And it's those kind of guys you like to see do well. We talked earlier about a guy who has had so many no decisions already this season. He's come out, pitched very, very well. His team is either won late or lost late. And he's only 2-1 on the season. But he's had quite a number of starts. This is his 11th. There's a foul ball, strike 2 to the leadoff hitter in the inning, Nate Sampson. It's Sampson, Cunningham, and Mendoza.
Yeah, 3 decisions in a 10 starts. You don't see that often.
No.
And it's not for lack of going deep into ball games. Only he had 1 shortened start, but that was because of a rainout or a suspension of a game against Lincoln in his 2nd start of the year.
There's a shot into the gap. Abercrombie gets over and gets it. It'll be a double for Sampson. And we talked about the fact that he had been sitting for a long time. That's the first hit of the ball game for Sioux City. And that was a long time sitting in the dugout.
Yeah, a nice piece of hitting by Sampson, going the other way. Really nice compact swing again. Pitch was a little bit up in the zone. Looked like a slider in. Drives it to right center. Nate Sampson is a guy who Steve Montgomery thinks is one of the 5 best ball players in the American Association. He's a guy who's been around a long time. Made it to AAA. Real good glove. Real good hitter. He said he wins games with his bat, his glove, and the most important part about him, he's a better person than he is a ball player, and he's a real good ball player. And we learned that about him during his brief time with the Goldeyes as well.
First pitch is high and outside to Jarrett Cunningham, so Murphy goes up to have a chat with McGovern.
Speaking of guys who really love the game, Nate Sampson absolutely loves baseball. You're going to have to rip the uniform off of him before he retires.
So Murphy has his chat with McGovern. Cunningham will step back in. You're right, Nate Sampson's been around a long time. I didn't realize that he had played as long as he has. 2006 was his first season in the Arizona Fall League. And he was in Winnipeg back in 2013. And struggled, hit just .216 for the Goldeyes.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. But again, that was coming off some time where he wasn't playing a whole lot. Like when he played at AAA, he only had 19 games.
1-1 the count. There goes the runner. He'll steal third. And Murphy isn't even going to make a throw. A stolen base.
No, he's sending him back. I think it hit the umpire. I think when he was trying to cock the throw. And the umpire is sending him back. Umpire interference. It's not batter interference.
That doesn't happen very often.
No, it does not.
There's something you don't see very often. And it was called immediately by home plate umpire Scott Shores.
Nate Sampson started last year in Rancho Cucamonga, but made it all the way to AAA with Oklahoma City in the Dodgers organization. Also was a AA for a fair amount of time.
Well, did he not sign into that organization from Winnipeg?
Cubs out of Winnipeg, and then he went to Arizona for a year, and then the Dodgers signed him. Bounced around a little bit, but doing a nice job. His glove always kept him in organized baseball, and his bat has really come around in the last couple seasons here.
So 3-1 the count now to Jarrett Cunningham. Cunningham's 0 for 1. He flied out to center field back in the first inning.
Really opened some eyes when he hit 280 in that brief appearance with the Iowa Cubs in the Pacific Coast League.
There goes the runner. Pitches outside, throw down to third. Good job by Darvill to keep the ball from going into the corner. It's ball 4. The walk will put runners on the corners with nobody out. It'll bring up Tommy Mendonça. And Mendonça's a very dangerous hitter.
And with a 9-0 lead, McGovern doesn't really need to pay attention to Sampson. He's got to focus on the batter, but wise job by Sampson. Notices pitcher's not paying attention. You take the free 90 feet. And as you mentioned, now all of a sudden there's 2 runners on. One swing of the bat, you can cut into the lead. If a mistake is made by the pitcher, of course.
So runners on the corners with nobody out here in the 4th inning. Here's Tommy Mendonça. First pitch is right down the middle at 90 for strike 1.
Second-round draft pick of the Texas Rangers. You mentioned this is a guy who's a big-time prospect.
He was a huge prospect. One strike to Mendonça. And there's a chopper at the plate. Rogers flips it to, McGovern flips it to Rogers. Good athletic ability by McGovern. Rogers was able to stay at first base. McGovern got off and made the play on the chopper by Mendonça. He'll get a run batted in for his efforts as Sampson scores from third to make it 9-1. On to second goes Cunningham, and that'll bring up Ralph Enriquez. Enriquez is 0 for 1 in the game. He struck out. He was looking back in the second.
Mendonça was the College World Series MVP in 2008.
He was a ball player.
Fresno State. Also a Texas League All-Star in 2011.
Pitch low and inside. Ball 1.
There's that slider on the back foot again. Making the hitter feel a little bit uncomfortable in the box.
Runner at second now with 1 away. (9-1) Goldeyes lead it. Chopper at the plate off the foot of Enriquez. With all the rain we had today, the field is in just tremendous shape. Don Ferguson and his staff have just done an outstanding job. It's the best the field has looked, I think, in a number of years.
It's looking tremendous for sure. Lush green grass out there.
Wind still blowing over that right field fence. McGovern gets a sign from Murphy. Here's the pitch. There's a fly ball off the end of the bat. On comes Romanski, makes the catch. Not hit very well, but I think as it left the bat, it kind of fooled Romanski for a second. I think he thought it might have been hit a little bit harder than it was.
Yeah, no doubt. And it was one of those that kind of froze him. The ones that come right at you, especially when the wind's blowing, can sort of tie you up a bit, but Romanski played it pretty well. Hauled it in for the second out of the inning.
So 2 away. And here comes the catcher, Matt Coach. Coach flied out to Romanski back in the second inning. 0 for 1. Still down at second base is Jarrett Cunningham. McGovern steps off. Nice crowd tonight. Don't forget, we wrap up this series tomorrow, 7 o'clock, right here at Shaw Park in downtown Winnipeg. Goldeyes and the Sioux City Explorers. McGovern's pitch fouled up, back out onto the street.
Coach drafted twice in the 22nd round by the Tampa Bay Rays in 2010, and then the 12th round by the Minnesota Twins in 2011. Florida State League All-Star in 2013. Fort Myers Twins.
There's a nice place to play ball.
No doubt about that.
Hammond Stadium, Fort Myers, Florida. 1 strike, the count. That's right down the middle for strike 2. So McGovern gets ahead of coach. Oh and 2. Cunningham down at second. 1 run in this inning. We're in the top of the 4th. We have been here a long time to be in the 4th inning. 2 strikes to coach. McGovern kicks and delivers, and that's inside and hits him. The slider hits him with 2 strikes on him. McGovern loses the catcher.
Well, he was just trying to put him away with that wipeout slider, and he wiped out his back foot. Coach's Cape Cod League teammates included Marcus Stroman and Colton Wong. Here's that slider, a little bit too much movement. Catches him on the foot. He's going to be all right. Tough catcher.
Catches are
That's like
tough.
a mosquito bite for him.
A runner at first, a runner at second. 2 away. Here's Brendan Slattery. Slattery homered last night. He's the DH. Another catcher. With Matty Johnson turned aside at the border because he didn't have a passport. And Michael Lang nursing a lower back injury. Very lower back. Steve Montgomery has been down to using 3 catchers in 2 of them in different positions. Yes, Slattery is his DH.
If you play professional baseball, and it's a bit baffling that you do not have a passport, an active passport.
Baffling. 1 ball and 1 strike to Slattery.
Road trips to Canada, who needs a passport?
There's one in the dirt, gets away from Murphy. The runners will move up 90 feet. It'll be a wild pitch. And you can tell that Kevin McGovern lost something in that long sit that he had in the 3rd inning. This isn't the same pitcher that pitched in the top of the 3rd.
It's also tough too. You know, he's going with the shorts, or he's got short sleeves only, no long sleeves. It's a little bit windy down there, and we know it's a little bit damp still. So, you know, he probably was wearing a jacket in the dugout, but looked like he was a little bit need a little extra time to get loose this inning.
Pitch just misses. 3 balls and 1 strike now to Brendan Slattery. McGovern with the fastball, and it's a ground ball right at Gonzalez. The easy throw to first, and that'll do it. Good pitch by McGovern. The fastball right out over the plate. Let Slattery get himself out, and he does that. However, the Sioux City Explorers get a run. 1 run on 1 hit, just 1 hit. There's no errors and 2 left. Couple of walks hurt him. We've played 3.5 innings. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's Winnipeg 9, Sioux City 1. This is Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw TV.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
There we go. Welcome back to Shaw Park. I'm here with the manager of the Sioux City Explorers, Steve Montgomery. Steve, obviously not the start you wanted, but you got 1 run there in the last inning. How do you calm your team down here?
Well, we gotta do it from 60 feet 6 inches. I mean, we've been inconsistent all year, and if you don't challenge in the zone, you know you're not going to be successful. I mean, it looked like our starting pitcher was scared, and subsequently we're down 9-1.
Then Slot night his first.
Young kid, you know, obviously classifies as a rookie for us, and he does a good job behind the plate, and he's had a good approach all year. I mean, he's really staying behind the baseball and hitting it to all fields.
Thank you, Mike Valente. Tough start for the Sioux City Explorers.
Very good honesty as usual from our manager, Steve Montgomery, saying that Ryan Zimmerman was a little bit too cautious in his start.
Our cameraman here in the booth brought up popcorn. It's good popcorn.
Got a little kernel
Thanks
stuck
to
on
Wes,
that
we
one.
appreciate the popcorn. But I got caught there. I thought the Montgomery interview might go a little longer, so I enjoyed one last handful of the.
I wasn't used to that
Shaw
hand
Park.
signal. I wasn't used to that hand signal.
I was giving you a hand signal.
We've been working together for a long time, but I didn't get. I didn't catch the
I
signal
have
at first.
to tell. The sign guy is Griders on the Storm. By the way, Wes brought this great popcorn up, and he hasn't done that. Nobody's ever done it before, so we get popcorn. And my apologies. Here's Cassio Grider. It'll be Grider, Darville, and Murphy to face Bubba Maxwell. And the first pitch is a little chin shot. Grider, who's about as cool as they come, just walks out of the batter's box. Doesn't stare anybody down. Just, okay, you want to play like that?
You don't often hear a manager say he thought his pitcher might have been scared.
Wow.
Here's a little look at Bubba Maxwell's fastball. It was coming in at such velocity that the catcher, that coach, just looked at his glove and said, how come it's not in there?
1 ball and 1 strike now to Cassio. He's 0 for 2, hit into a fielder's choice and struck out. Pitch inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Cassio Grider from Oakland, California, or around Oakland, California. But he spent the last off season living in Georgia, although said he will go back to California. Engaged to be married. Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Bubba Maxwell looks a little bit more composed here in his second inning of work.
Two to the count. Cassio leading it off here in the 4th inning. Pitches on the corner for strike 3. Grider strikes out for the 2nd time.
He is not in agreement with the call and had a little discussion about it before making his way to the dugout.
Here comes the 3rd baseman, Wes Darville.
I believe the home plate umpire told him it was 9-1 and he should take the bat off his shoulder. In maybe not such certain terms.
So here's Darville. Darville is 1 for 2. First pitch is in there for a strike. He flied out center back in the 2nd and then hit a little pop fly that kind of fooled everybody. Shortstop Nate Sampson went back. Center fielder Tim Colwell came in and the ball kind of dropped between them. So it goes as a base hit. It was the 7th hit of the ball game for the Goldeyes. 2 batters later, Adam Heisler hit it onto Waterfront Drive. And that's why it's 9-1. There's a pitch on the corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Darville.
It's tough as a player because you want the same strike zone no matter what the score is. And you don't want to give away at bats even if you have an 8-run lead.
1-2 the count. Off speed pitch lined right at Cunningham at second. Darville hit it on the nose, but right at the second baseman. And that's the second of this 4th inning. It'll bring up Tanner Murphy. What Bubba Maxwell is now doing, that the starter who, wow, what a shot Montgomery did give him, didn't he? Whoa. Calling the starter scared. But young Bubba Maxwell making his first appearance as a professional. As you look at the shoes of Tanner Murphy.
Sign man with another new good one. Murphy is the law. Nice play on words there.
Nice play. First pitch to Murphy is high. Ball 1.
Sign man's been on his game this year.
Tanner Murphy's been on his game tonight. He has a double, a walk, a run batted in. Scored a run. Good ball game already for Murphy. There's one fouled straight back. 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Bubba Maxwell. Murphy came in hitting .227. He has a home run, 9 driven in. Murphy's played straight away at every position. Here's the pitch. Off-speed pitch is in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Murphy. Bubba Maxwell gets the sign from catcher Matt Coach. Here's a pitch, a 1-hopper foul. The line drive right over the first base bag, but lands foul. Count goes to 1-2. Tanner Murphy was born and still lives in Phoenix, Arizona. I guess those are the Phoenix, Arizona shoes. The Phoenix Rising.
Oh, indeed.
Pitch is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Murphy.
That youngster was pretty happy with that souvenir, it looked like.
Sure was. Free baseball. Two and two the count. Pitch is high. 3-2. Counts full. Adam Heisler into the on-deck circle. The rain has held off, and it looks like it's going to. I think we'll get this ball game in, and that surprises a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, it's gloomy out there, cloudy and
What was it
gloomy.
like driving back from Clear Lake?
It was raining the whole time. Yeah, the whole way.
Three and two the count to Murphy. Goldeyes lead at 9-1. 9 runs, 8 hits for Winnipeg. 1 run on 1 hit for the Sioux City Explorers. The Explorers won game 1 in this series 8-4 last night. Looks like things continue the way they are. Tomorrow night will be the rubber match, 7 o'clock here at Shaw Park. Maxwell's off-speed pitch misses. Ball 4. Second walk of the night for Tanner Murphy. He's been on base all 3 times.
Very good patience from the Goldeyes backup catcher. Speaking of weather, Scott, the Players' Cup, hats off to Niagara for doing just a fabulous job. Usually there's a weather delay or 2 there, but just absolutely perfect weather those 4 days at Niagara. And what a display by Dan McCarthy. 25 under par. Yikes.
On that golf course.
That was an impressive showing.
There are places in Manitoba where 25 under. Yeah, okay. Not Niagara. Not from the back tees. My goodness, that's great golf.
He'll be on the PGA Tour at some point.
I suspect.
Reminded me of the year when Graham Dillette won the tournament. You knew that guy was going to do great things at another level.
And he did. First pitch to Adam Heisler is in there for a strike. Heisler has had a interesting night. He grounded out in the first. He walked in the second and hit a bomb in the third. A grand slam home run. Pitch is on the corner. Heisler didn't agree. But I think he's getting the same speech from Scott Shores. It's 9-1. He's got to miss by a lot. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt at this stage. We've been here almost 2 hours and we're in the 4th inning. That pitch missed. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And Bubba Maxwell's going to have to eat up some innings here. He's a bit of it's a bit of a sacrificial lamb situation.
But I think he probably relishes it. It's his first opportunity.
Work, yeah.
He wants the work. 1-2 the count to Heisler. Off-speed pitch fouled off. That hurt.
It's going to be a mark left by that foul tip.
You got to be tough to be a catcher. So ball and 2 strikes to Heisler. They're doing the wave. Love it. That pitch just missed. That was close.
The umpire might have looked at him and said, "We're even now." He may not have said it, but he gave him the look.
Happy with that one?
Don't take that one again.
That pitch is low, 3-2. No, that was pretty close.
Every ball player has seen that look from an umpire at some stage of the proceedings. You're welcome.
That pitch is in the dirt. Another walk. Heisler draws a walk. That puts runners at first and second with 2 out. It'll bring up Michael Gonzalez.
Yeah, good at bat.
Have you ever had the word from the umpire? You can hear it behind you going, "Don't turn around, son. Don't even turn around." I got that a couple of times.
I've heard a lot of things from umpires, but I respected the men in blue. Didn't always agree, but it certainly respected the job they did.
Runners at first and second, 2 away. Here's Michael Gonzalez. Gonzalez has had a single walk and flied out to right. Scored a run. And done a good job, as always, at shortstop. First pitch way outside, ball 1.
And the other thing that Gonzalez has done this year, he's been so good at short. He's a vacuum out there. Got a good strong arm across the diamond, really good hands. Had one tough game here at Shaw Park, but otherwise he's been really good with the glove.
Pitch on the corner, 1-1. Michael Gonzalez from San Francisco, Venezuela. Lives now in beautiful Naples, Florida.
Excellent off-season pickup.
Maxwell's pitch, that misses. 2 balls and 1 strike to Gonzalez. Josh Romanski into the on-deck circle.
Like the organ work today.
Pretty good. I wonder where they got the organist. 2 balls and 1 strike to Gonzalez. That pitch is in there for strike 2. Gonzalez tried to give it the, that's inside, fall off the plate, but there was very little doubt that that was strike 2. 2-2 to Gonzalez.
Gonzalez drafted twice by the Colorado Rockies in the 42nd round of 2005 and then in the 35th round in 2008. So obviously they continued to monitor his progress. 9th year of pro baseball.
Well, there's a chopper to the third baseman. He'll step on the bag to get Tanner Murphy, and that'll do it for the Goldeyes. Winnipeg comes up empty-handed in the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. A couple of walks, leaves 2 men on base. We'll go to the top of the 5th. Goldeyes still lead at 9-1. This is Casinos of Winnipeg. Goldeyes baseball live on Shaw TV.
You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
A little higher. Perfect.
I am not yours.
You tell him, girl. Welcome back to Shaw Park. As we head to the 5th inning, we want to show you some wonderful pictures here from our social media, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. It's a beautiful crowd here on a Wednesday night. It's Dancing Gabe bobblehead night. Look at the lineup. This is our first picture here. That was at 5:15, about an hour and 45 minutes before the first pitch. It's a beautiful and big crowd, I should say, here tonight at Shaw Park. Our second picture, Alan, he's got his bobblehead. He says it's better than any Pokemon he's ever seen. Wonderful there. And lastly, Stephanie is chowing down on some noodles here with her friend, enjoying the atmosphere tonight at Shaw Park. Once again, if you want to be a part of the entertainment here, you can also answer our trivia question. This is for our home viewers. The trivia question tonight is pretty simple. Name Dancing Gabe's siblings. If you know the answer and if you know all the siblings, tweet us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and use the hashtag Let's Play WPG for your chance to win. Isn't that right, Scott and Ken?
Thank you very much, Mike Valente. And you said the word we were not going to say again tonight.
Yeah, he broke the rules.
He broke the rules.
There's a fine.
Yeah, we got to figure out what that fine's going to be. Lunch is good. I'd like lunch. We go to the top of the 5th inning. It'll be the number 9 hitter, Jake Kubler, followed by Derek Robinson and then Tim Colwell. Robinson, the top of the lineup. as Kevin McGovern works into his 5th inning. McGovern allowed only 1 hit so far in the ballgame. It's the pitch to Kubler. It's high, ball 1.
Kubler was drafted as a position player. A little bit of research has shown us, Scott. Wasn't much of a hitter, though. Never hitting more than 265.
He hit that one hard, and that's going to go over the head of Willie Cabrera. It's going to be a double for Kubler. Cabrera misplayed that one. It was hit just a shot, and Kubler thought he had a bead on it and didn't. Went right over his head. It'll be a double for Kubler.
Pardon me, he was a 220 career hitter in the minor leagues, but did hit 330 one year.
Didn't look like a career 220 hitter on that shot.
No, he
hit
did
that
not.
one hard.
This was the 330 hitter. Got a pitch down in the zone, and he golfed it. Cabrera had a couple steps on the surfboard on that one. But again, that was a tough one. Line shot right at him. And had a little bit of carry on that one. Caught over his head.
So a double for Kubler to lead it off here in the 5th, and that brings up Derek Robinson, the leadoff hitter. Robinson has walked twice. Came in hitting 300, still hitting 320. Correct that, 320. Pair of walks. First pitch is in there for strike 1.
5 seasons for Kubler as a position player. 2013, he made the conversion. Does have 19 career home runs.
So he's not that far removed from.
No,
from
it looked like
playing
he thought he might have had one right there, I think. If the jet stream was going out to left, he might have had one.
Pitch to Robinson in there for strike 2. So quickly, McGovern gets ahead of Robinson 0-2. Murphy with the sign, sets up inside. Pitch by McGovern, almost hits Robinson, but pushes him off the plate. If you can't pitch inside, you can't pitch.
Derek Robinson has major league hits versus Tim Lincecum, Cliff Lee, Shelby Miller, Steven Strasburg, and Clayton Kershaw. Pretty good.
That's pretty big time.
I would say so. Made it with the Cincinnati Reds in 2013.
There's a chopper. Darvill will handle it. He'll fire to first. Good job by Wes Darvill. Darvill has been struggling at the plate, but he has not struggled in the field. He is a tremendous fielder at third base. Makes a great play there. Keep the runner at second to get the first out.
Great job of charging the baseball. And again, Robinson is a very fast base runner. Throws across his body. Really nice job. Routine play, but he made it look easy.
So 1 away, and that brings up Tim Colwell.
Talked about versatility earlier. Darvill, very versatile guy. He can play all over the infield.
Swinging a foul tip off Tanner Murphy.
Robinson hit 255 in 102 games with the Cincinnati Reds in 2013.
That's not bad.
8 ribbies, 4 steals, 3 triples, 7 doubles, 49 hits, 21 runs scored, and 216
And once again,
plate
hits
appearances.
off of Lincecum, Cliff Lee, Shelby Miller, Clayton Kershaw, and Steven Strasburg. That's pretty good on the resume.
I would say so. 2 of the best pitchers in the game right now. 2 of the top 10 probably, for sure.
1 strike to Colwell. And that's chop foul, 2 strikes.
Spent last season in the Washington Nationals system. Played for Harrisburg in the Eastern League and got in 8 games with the Syracuse Chiefs at AAA. Another souvenir for a youngster out in right field.
2 strikes to Colwell. Klubler's at second. 1 out. Colwell hitting 265. McGovern checks the runner. Here's the pitch. That's in the dirt. Good job by Murphy, and can't make a play. Kubler had a big jump, and he gets to third base. It'll be a wild pitch again. Second wild pitch of the game. for Kevin McGovern. 2 wild pitches and a hit batsman. All since that long break in the 3rd inning.
The official ruling for now is stolen base.
I will continue to have wild pitch in my score sheet until I'm told otherwise. Pitch is high, 2-2 to Colwell. That runner wasn't even thinking about moving until the ball was in the dirt and Murphy had to block it. Two and two the count. Pitch by McGovern. It'll be a 1-hopper at Cassio Grider. The run will score. Grider just gets Colwell. He's quick down the line. Colwell gets a run batted in. As Kubler scores from 3rd, that makes it 9-2 now.
And again, alert base running, getting the free 90 feet.
Yep.
Led to another run, chipping away at that deficit, down to a 7-run lead. Otherwise, it's just a routine grounder, and you got a guy standing at 3rd base. And again, this is a pitcher running the bases.
Well, since 2013, I don't know. He was a hitter for a long time in professional baseball. And the double he got, he hit hard.
Well, absolutely.
Whether or not Willie Cabrera misplayed it or not, the fact is he had a line shot. There's Rick Forney. Lots of sunflower seeds, working those seeds tonight. Here's Nate Sampson, speaking of good hitters. McGovern's pitch way outside, 1-1 to Sampson. Oh, and it's in the dirt again. Almost hit Sampson. 2 balls and 1 strike. He's been in there a lot tonight. Again, if you're afraid to pitch inside, you're going to have trouble. He's not afraid to pitch inside at all. But he's lost that slider on a couple of occasions. 2-1 the count to Sampson. There's a shot back up the middle for a base hit. Solid single to center for Sampson. Keeps this inning alive for Sioux City. And we'll go to the cleanup hitter, Jarrett Cunningham.
That's a good rip right there.
That was. Hit it right back where it was pitched. And he did so. Second hit of the night for Sampson.
Right off the end of the bat, but
hit hard.
Hit very hard.
So here comes Cunningham, who was flied out and walked. What these last 2 innings have done, though, for McGovern is get that pitch count up.
Certainly. Bullpen's going to need to be used at some point.
There's a fly ball to right field. Bit of a can of corn for Josh Romanski. He makes the catch, and 1 pitch gets Jarrett Cunningham. 1 run, rather, on 2 hits. Or no errors and 1 man left. So, as Kenny says, Sioux City's chipping away. It's Winnipeg 9, Sioux City 2. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th inning. This is Casinos of Winnipeg, Goldeyes Baseball, live on Shaw TV.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
If you are a part of a charitable organization and would like to attend a game courtesy of the Winnipeg Goldeyes Community Zone and its supporters, call the Goldeyes office at 982-2273. Winnipeg Goldeyes, working in our community.
Welcome to Shaw Park. I am here with a very special guest. This is Abercrombie. Very much a character.
He is very, very character.
Memories.
Well, the only thing I think of when didn't want put him in team.
We have some technical difficulties, and we'll get back to Mike Valente. We'll get back to Mike with Reggie's mom. They're going to fix the mic. Do you want to do this read-through? We'll get Quarks happy. Let's do that. Throughout the 2016 season, the Goldeyes, in partnership with Quarks and Urban Trail, are collecting new or gently used footwear for donation to Manitoba families. Quarks and Urban Trail working towards ensuring everyone has a pair of shoes on their feet. So have we straightened out Mike, or are we going to go back to the ball game since Josh Romanski just leads off with a single? I assume we're going back to the ball game. Josh Romanski singles. Welcome back. We'll get Mike and Reggie's mom at the start of the next inning. We'll get that mic fixed. Get Reggie's mom back on here. As for now, we have got Willie Cabrera coming to the plate with Josh Romanski at first, who singles to give the Goldeyes their 9th hit of the ball game. And here's Willie Cabrera, who has a home run, a double, and a fly out to the base of the center field wall. He has hit 3 rockets tonight. First pitch from Bubba Maxwell is in there for strike 1.
Pretty good evening for the newest member
I would say so.
of the Goldeyes.
Romanski with another hit. Boy, he has been red hot, and there is a fly ball deep into right center field. Back, it's off the wall on one hop. Cabrera will have another double. Romanski had to hold up to see if it would be caught. Romanski goes to third, second double of the night for Willie Cabrera. Boy, has he hit rockets tonight. 2 doubles and a home run. Kenny, does he get all of this?
Yeah, you talk about adding a impact bat in the middle of the order. Boy, oh boy, Cabrera has come as advertised. Another rocket shot off the wall. Romanski did the right thing. You got to hold up and be sure. Because Colwell covers a lot of ground.
He does.
Looked like he might have a chance, and he had a couple of good dekes today already where he made it look like he was
Cabrera's
close to
had
it.
2 doubles tonight, and both Colwell in center and Enriquez in right field have had an opportunity to catch the ball. They've both been close. Here's Reggie Abercrombie with 2 runners in scoring position, and he fouls it off. But a home run and 2 doubles for Willie Cabrera.
Yeah, and a line out to center. Deep center.
Deep.
Rick Forney said before the game that he was looking for an impact bat in the middle of the order, and he certainly found the best player available.
No question about that. 1 strike to Reggie Abercrombie. Romanski at third. Cabrera at second. Pitch by Maxwell. The curveball is in there. Beautiful pitch from Maxwell. And it's 2 strikes to Reggie. Goldeyes did it 9-2, but they have 2 runners in scoring position here in the bottom of the 5th. Reggie protecting the plate, fouls it off. Ball came up and hit him.
Well, you know, Reggie Abercrombie would love to tie the record with his mother in attendance.
Oh, he sure would. Two runs on 3 hits, no errors for the Sioux City Explorers. 9 runs on 10 hits, and no errors for the Goldeyes. Bubba Maxwell on the mound. There's the pitch, and he just about hits Reggie.
Yikes.
So Reggie steps out, chewing that gum.
That's a scary moment as a hitter, though. Boy, oh boy, you get one buzzed by your cheekbone like this. It's a scary thing. Fastball gets away on him. Little matrix action going right there for Reggie.
It's not funny when you get hit in the face, but the matrix action's a pretty good line. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Reggie Abercrombie. Pitch is low and inside, 2-2. Into the on-deck circle comes Jacob Rogers. Pitch by Maxwell. It's chopped up the middle. Reggie will get an infield hit. Romanski will score. It'll be an infield single and an RBI. Romanski comes home with the Goldeyes' 10th run. Staying at second base is Willie Cabrera. And because Cabrera did what he did on the one hopper, I think it really confused second baseman Jared Cunningham. He tried to make that play on Cabrera and couldn't make the play. Let's have another look at this.
I think Cunningham thinks his only play, because the ball was hit so softly, was to second. I don't know if he thought he could get him at first. He was thinking Cabrera all the way. He thought he was further off the bag than he really was.
That'll be the 11th Goldeye hit of the game.
Because of the way the bat splintered, it sort of caught everybody by surprise. That was really heads-up base running by Cabrera to go back to the bag.
First pitch to Rogers is in there for strike one. So Reggie Abercrombie gets an infield hit. Cabrera stays at second. Romanski scores from third. So now runners at first and second. Still nobody out. Goldeyes' 10th run in. They lead it 10-2. Off-speed pitch, swing and a miss.
Because the way that ball was hit, Cabrera thought that the pitcher, Bubba Maxwell, might be able to make the play initially, freezing Romanski at third. And all of a sudden, if you're going to third, you get, and Romanski standing there, you run yourself, again, potentially out of a big inning. Really heads-up base running by Cabrera.
I'm not sure that Maxwell had any idea how hard or soft that ball was hit.
Oh, no doubt,
he
he fooled
got back
him.
to him and kind of shocked him. So 2 strikes to Rogers. That pitch is in there for strike 3, and Jacob Rogers strikes out for the second straight time looking. So a single, a walk, and a run scored, and 2 strikeouts now for Rogers. And that'll bring up Cassio Gryden.
He was definitely an unhappy camper, that's for sure.
So 1 away, and here's Greider. He's 0 for 3 on the night. Hit into a fielder's choice to end the first inning, and then struck out in the third and struck out in the fourth. This is kind of Cassio Greider time with runners on first and second after that road trip where he hit 3 3-run homers. Goldeyes have a run in this inning, lead it 10-2. It's Maxwell's pitch, and there's a little flare into center field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Cabrera will be held at third base. It's a single for Cassio Greider, and now the bases are loaded. Again, Cabrera had to wait to see if Caldwell would get to it. He didn't. Rick Forney shaking the hand of Willie Cabrera, who not only doubled, but did a great job base running in this inning.
Yep, nice job. It's off the end of the bat. It's a flare, and it just gets in there between the second baseman and the center fielder. Good base running all around. Station to station.
Well, with a 10-2 lead and only 1 out, Cabrera wasn't going to run himself out of the inning. So the bases are loaded. 1 away. Here's Wes Darville. First pitch to Darville just misses inside, ball 1. Wes has a hit and scored a run tonight. Pitch is low, 2 balls and no strikes. No place to put Wes Darville.
No, as Steve Montgomery pointed out, got to attack the hitters. It's been a big problem for the Sioux City pitchers here this evening. Not enough of that.
There's a pop-up on the infield. Handled by Mendonça at third. And that's the second out, and we'll bring up Tanner Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy's having himself quite a night. He's probably pretty comfortable stepping to the plate in this situation, given how things have been going so far this evening.
Tanner Murphy has a single, 2 walks, a run batted in, and a run scored. Pretty good night for Tanner Murphy. So the bases remain loaded. Greider at first, Abercrombie at second, and Cabrera at third. Pitch by Maxwell is in the dirt, and they say that Tanner Murphy swung and missed. So 1 strike to Tanner Murphy.
Definitely didn't think that he was able to hold up there.
You know my theory.
Oh, no, you think he goes every time.
They all go.
But again, it's silly that the guy is supposed to call it from second base instead of at third.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part of a 3-man crew.
Right. And it's not nothing to do with the crew. It's
No,
just
it's
the way
the
that
way
the
it
setup.
sets
It's
up,
the
yeah.
setup.
There's a fly ball foul. So 2 strikes to Tanner Murphy. Bases loaded, 2 away. Pitch right back up the middle. It's through for another base hit. This is going to score 2 runs. Ryder's going to go to third. 2 more runs batted in for Tanner Murphy, and the Goldeyes lead it 12-2. Solid single to center for Tanner Murphy. He's having himself a great night, Kenny.
And we talked about it earlier. When you're looking for additional playing time, this is the kind of day that you need to have. Carlton Tanabe's done a great job as the Goldeyes' primary catcher, but Tanner Murphy trying to earn himself a few extra at-bats and coming through in situations like this, certainly going to help matters for him.
So a single back up the middle. Here comes Steve Montgomery as we have a pitcher warming up. And the Goldeyes, you see, scored 2 more runs on the base hit by the kid from Phoenix, Tanner Murphy. Nice effort. So now Steve Montgomery's having a conversation with Bubba Maxwell. And this is as much a teaching moment as anything else. Maxwell coming out of the game. We have a brand new pitcher for the Sioux City Explorers. It's number 28, Jordan Reese. Reese is coming in. Tell us about Jordan Reese.
But interesting year for Reese Scott. He's coming on for the 12th time. He has made 5 starts for Sioux City. He's 2-0 this year, but has a 5.14 earned run average. 35 innings pitched. He's allowed 36 hits, 24 runs, 20 of which are earned. He has 22 walks, 1 of which was intentional, 21 strikeouts. Given up 3 home runs, and opponents hitting .269 against the right-hander.
So Reese, it's spelled R-I-S-S-E, but pronounced Reese. And our man Gregory is dancing. And this is a real treat. We've talked to Gregory a couple of times. They should make a bobblehead of him.
Reese, born in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, played at Washington High School in Sioux Falls. Played college ball at College of St. Scholastica in Duluth. He was an accounting major. Just wrapped up his collegiate career. Also played as a position player as well, part-time. Only hit .077 though in 18 games. As a pitcher this year, Scott, 7-1 record this year, 2.67 earned run average. He made 11 starts, including 1 complete game, 67 1/3 innings, 48 hits, 25 walks, 88 strikeouts for the right-hander. Signed on May 26th.
The crowd is loving Gregory.
Gregory loves to dance.
Oh, he does. And they're eating him up. So are the Goldeyes. In the dugout, watching Gregory get at it. Crowd loves it. He's so much fun. Runners on the corners now with 2 away. The Goldeyes have put a 3 spot up here in the 5th. They now lead it 12-2. 13 hit attack so far. And here comes Adam Heisler, who already has a grand slam home run. 2 walks, a grand slam, and a ground out. 1 for 2, 4 runs batted in, a run scored. Good night for Adam Heisler. Pitch, low and outside, ball 1. So Reese faces Heisler first. That's no treat.
Not with the kind of night he's been having.
Heisler with 4 home runs on the year, 25 driven in. There's a line shot base hit, make that 26 driven in. Single for Heisler, his 5th RBI of the game. It's now 13-2 as Cassio Grider comes across the plate with the Goldeyes' lucky 13th run.
It's been
And
quite
the
a
9th man to come to the plate in the inning, Michael Gonzalez.
potent attack here. That's actually a pretty good pitch down in the zone. Heisler goes down and gets it. I think he broke his bat, but he dumps it into right field for an RBI single. Giving him 5 ribbies. Nice smooth 5 ribby evening.
And here's Gonzalez with Tanner Murphy in scoring position. Heisler at first, Murphy at second. The 14th hit of the night for the Goldeyes. First pitch is high, ball 1.
That 4-3 ground out in the bottom of the first seems like an awfully long time ago.
Yeah,
Adam Heisler.
Yeah, we're at 9:30 now. We're almost 2.5 hours into this thing, and we're only in the bottom of the 5th inning. There's a little looper to the second baseman, and that'll do it. Gonzalez didn't get all of it. He's the final out of the inning. But the Goldeyes put up another 4 runs on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. There were no errors and 2 men left. We've played 5 complete. Feels like forever. We have 4 left to go. Lots of baseball left tonight. This is Casinos of Winnipeg, Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw TV.
Watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV is brought to you by Casinos of Winnipeg's 2 locations, Club Regent and McPhillips Station Casinos. CasinosofWinnipeg.com.
All right, let's try this again, Mrs. Abercrombie. I'm joined by Reggie's mother. It's now 13-2 for the Goldeyes. Quite the inning there. Just tell us what Reggie was like, you know, in the early years, because he's such a character here.
He's always been a very mischievous child. When he was small and we put him in T-ball, they said that he was a little too big for T-ball, so they decided to move him up to C-ball. And from then on, he would throw rocks in the field, but he got into everything, really. It's nothing Reggie doesn't do, but if you don't know him, he will make you know him. Reggie's a very cheerful young man, and I'm very proud of him today. Very proud.
Absolutely. He is approaching quite the record here. He is 1 shy of tying the record in the American Association for all-time home runs. That is quite the accomplishment. Has he talked to you about that at all?
Oh, I found out one night when we was listening to it at home on the radio that he was in this race for hitting the home run against someone. So I didn't know who the guy was, but then last night he got 2 away from it, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So-
that's right. Yeah, he's almost there.
Yeah.
Tell us something about Reggie that we may not know, or is that impossible? Do we know everything at this point?
Yeah, I think y'all know everything about Reggie at this point. He's a very funny young man. He will keep you a very laughable young man. He'll keep your spirit up, and he does that when he's home. When I'm sad, he will make me feel better. You know, so there's nothing that I can say bad about Reggie. Reggie's always been a good boy. He's very mindable. He does whatever I ask him. He never gives me any bad talk or anything. So I don't have anything bad to say about him.
Well, I think that's a testament to your parenting, so congratulations on that. You're visiting Winnipeg. What are your thoughts on the city?
The city is beautiful, and I love the people here. They are so friendly, but it's a little cool here this time.
Yeah,
but
it's usually much hotter at this point.
But it's cool, but it's nice, and I love it here. I really do.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for doing this twice.
You're welcome.
That's Mrs. Abercrombie. Back to Scott and Ken.
Thank you very much, Mike. That was lovely. She's as nice as Reggie. And Reggie's good fun. Reggie's just a good guy who is always smiling and always
Raised well, though, you can tell.
Yes, you can tell.
Great style, too.
Yes.
See those
Reggie
yellow
has style.
fingernails?
Yes, she has style. Reggie has style.
Impressive.
Tommy Mendonca's the hitter. It'll be Mendonca, Enriquez, and Coach. Counts 1-1 from Kevin McGovern. We're just in the top of the 6th inning at 9:33. 2.5 hours into this ballgame. That pitch misses. 2 balls and 1 strike to Mendonça. Mendonça tonight is 0 for 2. He grounded out to the first baseman and then grounded out to the pitcher. McGovern kicks. Pitches in the dirt, 3-1. Rick Forney would very much like to use his bullpen sparingly. There's strike 2 to Mendonça, 3-2.
Certainly like to get 7 out of McGovern.
Yes,
I
I think he
for
would.
sure.
I think he'd like to get 7. He'd like 6 more outs from McGovern. And there is a line shot foul. McGovern came right down the middle with that pitch. Mendonça ripped it, but he ripped it foul.
Well, when you got an 11-run lead, challenge a guy all night long. McGovern's had a solid performance here, but I think he'd probably take the complete game out of the equation just because of the long rests he's had.
In 2 innings.
And he's had to work really hard the inning after those long rests. So, well, that hit him.
That's the second batter he's hit tonight.
It might have caught him on the wrist, too. That was just an awful sound. Although his season hasn't been as productive as last, this is a very good hitter, and you cannot afford to lose Mendonça if...
Let's have another look at this. Boy, he hit him hard, too. Lost a fastball inside and right on the hand.
Oh, he is in just excruciating pain right now, you can tell. Hand or wrist area.
And Steve Montgomery doesn't have enough players. I mean, he's had to use a pitcher at first base. And if he loses Mendonça.
And that's an important position too, obviously. I'm not sure if Steve Montgomery asked the umpire to give a warning here either, or something along those lines. It looked like the umpire pointed towards McGovern. I'm not 100% sure. Obviously, this was not intentional, but what we do know for sure is that hurt a great deal.
Mendonça's still down. He gets to his feet.
Looks like he's collected himself now. Might be able to run the bases, but it's going to be tough to field his throwing hand.
Wow.
Just starting to get feeling in that hand and wrist area again, it looks like.
So both Tanner Murphy and Wes Darville have come to the mound to talk to McGovern. Let's have another look at this.
Oof. Just.
Ouch. It was a fastball that tailed inside. That pitch has tailed all night on McGovern. And at first, now Steph Zoof and the Billy McMillan.
Oh man, Steve Montgomery's taking the lineup card. It looks like he's going to have to come out of the game.
What's Steve going to do?
Or else he was going to look at the card to see who he could put in the game.
Steve turns to Rick Forney and says, "Going to make a trade? You got a ball player I can have?"
Man, oh man, that's tough.
So Steph is on your left and Billy is on, and they're going to take him to the clinic. He's coming out and going for x-rays.
Oh man, that's just a tough, unfortunate break here.
And so now Steve Montgomery's got to figure out what he's going to do. He doesn't have enough players as it is.
And again, the issue is not the pinch running. The issue is who's going to play third base when the game continues. Already got both his catchers in the ball game. One is a right, or all three of his catchers in the ball game.
He's got 3 catchers, and all 3 are in the game. Matt Coach is catching. Ralph Enriquez is playing right field, and Brendan Slattery is his designated hitter.
Guess you could put Slattery into the
third,
game.
but then you lose your DH. Of course, it's 13-2.
What's the difference?
What's the difference at this stage?
You already got one pitcher playing in the field. Number 10. Rob Wart, one of the better relievers in the American Association.
Yeah, one of the American Association's best relief pitchers. I know Kevin McGovern well enough to know he doesn't feel very good about what just happened.
Oh, of course not.
And Steve Montgomery is having a bit of a chuckle with Ralph Enriquez because there's not much Steve can do either.
Yeah, other than throw your hands up in the air, it's tough to swallow as a manager, no question about that.
So Rob Wart is at first base. He's the pitch runner. And the first pitch is hit to Darvill. Darvill fires to get Enriquez. Wart goes on to second base. So 1 pitch, 1 out now for McGovern. A hit batsman, and Mendonça comes out of the game. Rob Wart is the runner. And Enriquez grounds out to Darvill. So that brings up Matt Coach, another catcher. You go back to back to back catchers, Enriquez, Coach, and Slattery.
It is an interesting turn of events here.
Well, if it's 3-2, Steve Montgomery's nervous at 13-2.
Oh, exactly, yeah.
He's just hoping Mendonça's going to be okay and play tomorrow.
Well, man, that's the kind of thing where you got a hard time believing he's going to be playing.
Well, I don't disagree. It's just that you got to hope against all hope, right? Josh Romanski makes the catch in right field on that pop fly off the bat of Matt Coach. 2 pitches, 2 outs in a row.
Little discussion over whose territory it is out there.
I'm the right fielder. That's mine.
The guy coming in, easier play for Romanski, the guy coming in, but the important part of that is communication.
And it was communicated quite easily. Romanski made sure that everybody knew he was going to make the play. So now here comes the third straight catcher. This is Brendan Slattery, who's the DH. Pitch by McGovern outside. There's that tailing fastball again. That's the pitch that hit Mendonça.
Yeah, ball players are tough, Scott, but I have a hard time believing that Mendonça is going to. Just the sound that made off his hand, I got a hard time believing he's going to be in the lineup tomorrow.
Fastball right down the middle for a strike, 1-1 to Slattery.
And it'll be important to get the results of those x-rays because Steve Montgomery might have to try to get a player in here for tomorrow's finale of the series.
There's a shot right back up the middle for a base hit. Into score comes Wart, make it 13-3. Did he do that on purpose?
I don't think so. Oh, he might have.
Get his uniform dirty? Or did he just trip coming down the line?
That's a great question.
Rob Wart scores. That makes it 13-3. It's a base hit and an RBI for Slattery.
Well, the good news is we might have found our slide of the game.
You're right. That might be the slide of the game.
Well, in a one-sided blowout, you don't have many options. Very nice piece of hitting by Slattery, who's been a great find. Abercrombie has no intention of throwing it. Yeah, that's definitely intentional. There is no doubt about it. And he has a good little giggle. That was almost like the Willie Mays Hayes slide into third base where he doesn't quite get to the bag.
Come on. 13-3 is the score. Wart comes home to score. Runner at first, 2 away. 1-1 is the count on Jake Kubler. Pitch is low and inside. 2 balls and 1 strike from McGovern. "13 runs, 14 hits, no errors for the Goldeyes. 3 runs, 4 hits for Sioux City. McGovern's pitch right back up the middle. He makes the play, fires to first, and that does it. So McGovern with a good defensive play. Runs scored, 1 run and 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left. The hit batsman does not come home to score, but his pitch runner does. So McGovern is through 6, allowing only 3 runs. Goldeyes lead it 13-3. Let's have another look at this defensive play by McGovern.
Nice job of fielding his position. It's a hard comebacker. And how about the agility to make the play off the glove, spins around and gets it before it even hits the ground. That's a real nice job by McGovern. Get the final out of the inning.
We will come back and tell you what the defensive changes are for Sioux City. Right now, it's Winnipeg 13, Sioux City 3. This is Casinos of Winnipeg. Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
Lids and labels, leave them be. When the container is empty, it's ready to be recycled. For more recycling tips from Multi-Material Stewardship Manitoba, visit simplyrecycle.ca.
When you're enjoying the Free Press Sky Suite right here at Shaw Park, stop and relax in one of 3 Lazy Boy home furnishings and decor comfort zones. Each is fully furnished with the latest Lazy Boy furniture. Lazy Boy Furnishings and Decor, located at 1425 Ellis Avenue. Live life comfortable. Well, it's not so comfortable for Steve Montgomery's Sioux City Explorers. Matt Coach has moved to third base. Brendan Slattery has gone from the designated hitter to the catcher's job. That means Sioux City loses its DH, but I don't think at this stage it matters that much tonight to Steve Montgomery.
Well,
but you were right. If Mendoza can't play, and probably at this stage it's unlikely tomorrow night, he may be spending the night on the phone trying to get somebody into Canada who can play tomorrow.
Right, and then the bad news is this game is probably only going to end at 11 o'clock, so it's pretty hard to make a trade for a player and get him in here in time for a 7 o'clock start tomorrow.
So Slattery is the new catcher. He gives up his designated hitter's position.
3 catchers and a pitcher in the field currently. Or 2 pitchers, I should say.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 pitchers and 3 catchers are playing defense for the Sioux City Explorers.
That's not an ideal situation for any manager.
So here's Josh Romanski. He's had quite a night. Romanski walked and scored a run in the first, grounded out in the second, walked in the third, singled and scored a run in the fifth. He has 2 runs scored. He is 1 for 2 on the night officially, but he's been on base 3 times. Romanski is 20 for 53 in his last 14 games. That's pretty good.
I would say so. Getting into the groove after getting back after a season in Japan.
Batting average up over 300 finally, 301. And he's another one of those guys. We tell the story often about Lou Ott, that year he came out here to Winnipeg and played, started slowly, really slowly, and finished the year hitting about 320. And when he got up past 300, he once said to me, "You guys on TV, you didn't think I was going to hit?" And he was right. Guys who hit, and Romanski's a hitter, and it's taken half the season, but he's got the batting average up over 300, and he's in a red-hot part of the year.
Oh, he's got another one of those guys just loves the game, loves being around the ballpark, plays hard all the time, really enjoys being on the field.
Pitch on the corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Romanski. Josh Romanski from Corona, California, born in Anaheim, and last year played in the Japanese Industrial League. 2-2 the count. Here's the pitch, way outside, 3-2. Sioux City pitcher still Jordan Reese. There's nobody up throwing.
I believe he'll be out there until further notice.
I think that's well put. Counts full. Here's the pitch, and it's foul back. 89-mile-an-hour fastball from Reese. Romanski caught up to it, just didn't get all of it. Three and two to Josh Romanski. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pitch low, ball 4. Romanski draws another walk, his 3rd walk of the ball game. Talk about patient hitters. Guys will talk about that all the time. They work themselves deep into the count, and their batting average tends to go up.
Oh, exactly, because you're locked in on, you're watching strikes. You let the balls go, and then when you see a pitch in the zone, you're ripping it.
So here comes Willie Cabrera. Speaking of ripping it. I
was going to say, speaking of guys locked in.
Nice setup. Home run, double, a fly ball to the base of the center field wall, and another double. 3 for 4, 8 total bases, 3 runs driven in and 3 runs scored. That's a pretty nice night. And there's a ground ball into the hole. Impossible play for the shortstop, but a good effort. A really good effort by Nate Sampson. And we talked about how well he fields his position. Romanski gets in at second base. It'll be an infield single, 4th hit of the game for Cabrera. We'll have another peek.
This is actually good hustle by Romanski to prevent a fielder's choice here. Sampson has no chance to first. He tries to go to second. Even if he comes up with it cleanly at second, I think he's safe because of the good hustle by Romanski. Definite infield single by Cabrera.
15th hit of the night for the Goldeyes, and here's Reggie Abercrombie again. Reggie has a couple of hits. He's 2 for 3 with a walk. First pitch is high, ball 1. An impressive offensive performance by the Goldeyes tonight. 15 hits. We're only in the 6th inning. And that is hit high and very, very deep, but it'll be at the warning track and at the fence. And Abercrombie's attempt to tie the home run record stops at the fence. Derek Robinson makes the catch, and it's just a long out.
Wow. Thought we had a little bit of drama right there, but Robinson hauls it in. Just missing it, Reggie Abercrombie.
Just missed it.
And if it was a little bit more of a warm, humid night, that ball's
or if the wind was blowing in the other direction. Right now, the wind, what wind there is blowing out over the right field fence. Kind of knocked it down in left field. First pitch to Rogers is high for ball 1.
Very close.
Right to the base of the wall. 1 out, still 2 runners on. Jake Rogers, 2 strikeouts his last 2 at bats. Swing and a miss. 1-1 the count. One and 1 to Rogers. Cabrera at first, Romanski at second. Reese delivers low and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to the Goldeye first baseman. The Florida lad, Jake Rogers. We have a pitcher up in the bullpen.
Well, I think it's Ridge Ho'opi'i Haslam just getting loose.
Probably going to come in and play defensively.
Yeah. He is pretending to be a pitcher, though.
There's a ground ball up the middle. This could be 2. Step on second, fire to first, and that's the end of the inning. Rogers hits into a 6-3 or a 4-3 double play. And the Goldeyes are through the 6th. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. We finally get to the 7th. We're almost 3 hours into it. We get to the 7th inning. Goldeyes lead at 13-3. This is Casinos of Winnipeg, Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw.
You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV is brought to you by Casinos of Winnipeg's 2 locations, Club Regent and McPhillips Station Casinos. CasinosofWinnipeg.com.
Back here at Shaw Park, it's 13-3 for the Goldeyes. I am standing here with Greg and Shannon, who are celebrating their 31st wedding anniversary. How's the last 31 years been?
Wonderful.
What a lovely evening.
Look at that. Shaw Park is where it's at tonight. Time for your saves leaders. The leaders in saves in the American Association are number 1, Ryan Rodeba at the top from St. Paul. He's got 13. Evan Reed from Lincoln, he's got 12 in second place. And Mark Haynes from KC with 10 in third place. The American Association saves leaders are brought to you by Manitoba Hydro. Know what's below. A free line location service is available at clickbeforeyoudigmb.com. Have your underground natural gas and electrical lines marked so you can dig safely. 13-3 for the Goldeyes. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike Valente.
Ridge Ho P.E. Haslam coming into left field. Defensive replacement.
So a defensive replacement for Willie Cabrera.
He's done enough this evening, I believe.
I think he has. I think he's probably player of the game. That would just be a guess. But as we go into the bottom of the, or top of the 7th inning, the new left fielder is Ridge Ho P.E. Haslam. He'll get an at-bat before this game is over, and that'll be good for him. Starting this 7th inning is Derek Robinson, who is actually the top of the order, followed by Tim Colwell and then Nate Sampson. First pitch is outside, ball 1, and that was that trailing fastball again that hit Mendoza, and that was the exact same pitch in the exact same place. McGovern kicks, and there's a line shot base hit for Robinson. 5th hit of the night for the Sioux City Explorers.
Yeah, the only, well, I guess, Adam Heisler could be in the discussion. Tanner Murphy's had a nice game, but Cabrera has been pretty outstanding.
So here comes Tim Colwell. Colwell has a run batted in tonight. He's 0 for 3, but a ground out scored a run. First pitch to Colwell is low for ball 1. There is some action now in the Goldeyes bullpen. I think it's safe to say that Rick Forney very much wants to see Kevin McGovern get through this 7th inning. There's a ground ball to Rogers. He'll go to second for 1. Back to McGovern. Didn't get him. Good effort by McGovern to try to turn that double play, and a great effort by Rogers. Boy, he makes that throw to second base as well as anybody. Rogers gets the lead runner. And the fielder's choice for Colwell. He can run. Tim Colwell beats it out. And here's Nate Sampson.
Couple hops. Rogers, as you mentioned, Scotty, whips it down to Michael Gonzalez. Nice job by the pitcher covering, but he was safe. Beat it out.
So there is some action down in the bullpen. First pitch to Sampson is fouled off for strike 1. Looks like from here Brandon Schimmo.
Definitely.
It is the sidearm slider pitcher, Brandon Schimmo.
You could tell he was warming up with that heavy ball of his to get loose.
Nice slider. Beautiful off-speed pitch by McGovern to get ahead 0-2.
He's had a very good effort here this evening.
We've been around here a long time. It's been a long game. He's done a lot of sitting in this ball game.
It's good mental game for him. We're really locked in.
There was that slider again, and he beat him. And he strikes out one of the best hitters in this ball game, Nate Sampson. Sampson was 2 for 3, and a big strikeout here in the 7th inning. And that'll bring up the second baseman and cleanup hitter, Jarrett Cunningham.
Well, we talked about it earlier, Scott. I think Rick Forney wanted to get Kevin McGovern through 7, and he's an out away from doing that.
There's that fastball tailing. Strike 1. Just a reminder, the Winnipeg Goldeyes and the Winnipeg Veterinary Care Group are proud to bring back Bark in the Park this season. It's next Tuesday, July 19th at 7 o'clock as the Goldeyes take on the St. Paul Saints. Bark in the Park is that special dog-friendly ball game where fans are invited to bring their dogs to watch the ball game. Bark in the Park will include various fun dog-themed entertainment, prizes, giveaways, pet-related vendors, lots of treats for the furry fans. Tickets are $14 each and include admission for 1 human and 1 dog plus a free doggy treat. So that's Bark in the Park next Tuesday when St. Paul's in here. So Jarek Cunningham with 2 balls and 1 strike to count. Goldeyes still lead it by 10. Runner at first, 2 away. We're in the top of the 7th inning. McGovern's pitch fouled off. Counts 2-2.
That ball's going to have a little bit of a dent.
Are you coming to Bark in the Park next Tuesday?
Do
you have a dog?
Don't have a dog. No.
Bring your golf clubs for $14. Sit with your golf clubs. Oh no, you'll be back at Clear Lake.
No. Might be some golf played, but won't be there.
2-2 the count to Jarek Cunningham. Here's the pitch, and there's a line shot foul. There was that slider. Cunningham, but the first guy to get the bat down on it. He broke his bat. There's a souvenir. Kid with a tremendous popcorn hat. I gotta get me one of those. Is Wes's popcorn done yet? No, he's still got lots left. No more popcorn for me. Thank you very much. But I could have a popcorn hat. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jarek Cunningham. Colwell's on first, 2 away. Schimmo warming in the bullpen. Both Ken and I suspect he'll start the 8th if McGovern can get this final out in this inning right here. Slider just misses, 3-2.
You can see the disappointment. McGovern knows that his job is to get this batter and his night will probably be over. Just didn't get quite enough bend, kind of overthrew that slider, it appeared.
There goes the runner, pitches high, ball 4.
Might be it.
That might be it if Schimmo's ready. And the ball just came right out of the bullpen. And Schimmo looks ready. Rick Forney's coming out. That's it. And McGovern unhappy with himself. He wanted to get that last out in the 7th inning. Get through 7.
The good news for McGovern is he's looking like he has a good chance of getting a decision this evening.
Oh, he'll get
a positive decision. Good effort by Kevin McGovern.
And McGovern thanks all his infielders who all did a tremendous job, and the crowd gives him a nice round of applause. Good effort by Kevin McGovern tonight. And in comes Brandon Schimmo. We met Brandon Schimmo before the game with Mike Valente. So tell us about Brandon.
Schimmo coming on for the 23rd time this season. Scotty has a 1-0 record, 3.45 earned run average, and he has 1 save. 28 2/3 innings pitched, 29 hits allowed, 12 runs, 11 of which are earned. He's walked 8, struck out 22, given up 3 homers. Opponents hitting .269 against the right-hander with that wicked sidearm slider.
So the side armor, Brandon Schimmo, who will probably be asked to get 4 outs tonight. Brandon Schimmo is from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Resides now in German, Pennsylvania. Played last year in the Can-Am League with Sussex County. Still considered a rookie. And he's been a very, very good rookie pitcher for this club.
Oh, sure has. Also has some experience in the Frontier League with Evansville. Kutztown University of Pennsylvania.
Never heard of Kutztown U?
Born in Scranton. I've heard of Scranton.
Scranton Wilkes-Barre
I've been to
Penguins.
Scranton. In fact,
Scranton.
I've been there. Not only have I heard of it, I've been to Wilkes-Barre, Scranton.
It's a steel town, isn't it? Old steel town.
Yeah, it's a good town.
Middle of the Rust Belt.
Back in the day when Michelle Therrien was the head coach.
Wow, yeah.
At one time.
So Brandon Shimo is ready. Stepping in will be the pitcher, number 28, Jordan Reese. So we're going to get to watch the pitcher hit.
Okay.
See, he handles the sidearm slider.
Yeah.
There you look at the pitcher, Reese. First pitch by Shimo, and there's a fly ball. Little can of corn to right field. One pitch, one out. Shimo gets the job done. And that's it.
Pretty good contact for a pitcher.
Pretty good contact. Not hit very far, though.
No.
No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 left. Yeah, we'll give him 1 hit. 5 hits in the ball game, so the Goldeyes lead at 13-3. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. This is Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes baseball live on Shaw TV.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
For Mike Cornell.
The Dugout Souvenir Store, 2 locations right here in Shaw Park. Get your Goldie bobblehead doll if you didn't come down here tonight. You can always buy one at the Dugout Souvenir Store. Let's go down for Goldie in the 7th inning stretch. Thank you to Tara Maslowski and Goldie and Anders and Catherine and everybody, all those great Goldeyes fan services reps leading the fans through the 7th inning stretch. And the 7th inning stretch, as always, is brought to you by the Dugout Souvenir Store. 2 locations to serve you right here in Shaw Park. Great new hats designed by Reggie Abercrombie. They're hot. Reggie designed them. The Goldeyes had them made up. The official Reggie Abercrombie Goldeyes hat to go with your bobblehead by Dancing Gabe. Those are great bobbleheads, actually. They actually look like Dancing Gabe.
They do.
So, Jordan Reese, who was the final out of the inning, is in to pitch this bottom of the 7th. And he'll face Cassio Grider, Wes Darville, and Tanner Murphy. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Goldeyes lead 13-3. Willie Cabrera's had quite a night for Winnipeg. He's out of the game now, but he homered, doubled, flied out to the base of the center field wall, doubled, had an infield hit. He has 3 runs batted in and 3 runs scored. Adam Heisler's had a pretty nice night. He's 2 for 3 with 2 walks, a run scored, a grand slam home run, and 5 driven in. A high fly ball to center field off the bat of Grider. Colwell goes back. He makes the catch.
Good to have choices. Good to have options.
Well, and then you've got...
I like Tanner Murphy's game.
Tanner Murphy's had a tremendous game. He has a double and a single and 2 walks. 3 runs batted in and a run scored. That's a pretty nice game for Tanner Murphy. Reggie Abercrombie has a double and a single and 4 trips, a walk, 2 runs scored, and 2 driven in. Pretty nice night for Reg as well.
And a good eye from Josh Romansky.
Yes, yes.
He's been involved.
Definitely involved. He has walked 3 times, has a single, 2 runs scored. Here's Wes Darville, who has a hit in 4 trips. He scored a run. Swing and a miss. 2 strikes quickly to Darville.
More action now in the Sioux City bullpen. Now this would be the kind of game, a 10-run game, that you might consider using a position player, but Steve Montgomery's in no position to put a position player in the game as a pitcher because he might lose him. Like what happened with Devin Travis when he went, or no, sorry, not Travis, Goins.
Ryan
Goins
Goins
came in. Well, they both came in, but Goins got hurt.
That idea of position players pitching virtually ended Jose Canseco's career.
Exactly.
Sometimes don't get it.
Be regretting that decision for a long, long time.
2 strikes to Wes Darville. A lot of fans have gone home. They got their Goldie bobblehead. It's 3 hours at the ballpark. Swinging a foul tip into the glove of the catcher, Brendan Slattery. I'd forgotten for a second there that they have changed catchers. They've gone from one catcher to another catcher. Both of them are catchers.
And Dylan Rowe is warming up.
So it's Dylan Rowe, the tall, lean Canadian. Here's the number 9 hitter, Tanner Murphy. Great night for Tanner. The guy who maybe has sent a message to Rick Forney that he deserves a few more at-bats. First pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. One ball and no strikes to Tanner Murphy. Here's the pitch. High, ball 2.
Little overexertion from Reese.
Well, he's pitched pretty well, actually. Three balls and no strikes. Tanner Murphy on the verge of walking for the 3rd time in the ballgame.
Good confidence here today at the plate. It all started with a nice line drive double.
Yeah.
In the 2nd inning. Got him going. Got his night off to a good start.
And that's ball 4. Tanner Murphy draws a walk with 2 out in the 7th inning. So Tanner Murphy's now been on base 5 times tonight. 3 walks, a single, and a double. And here comes Grand Slam man Adam Heisler. And again, that was in the 3rd inning, and that feels like a day ago.
How do you think it feels for the players?
Wow. We've been here a long time. We've been here more than 3 hours now, and we're only in the 7th.
A lot of hits on that board. 20 of them.
20 hits between these 2 teams. Pitch to Heisler's outside, ball 1.
And the Goldeyes have supplied 15 of them.
Now, maybe in this situation with Dylan Rowe up, Steve Montgomery's just a little concerned that Reese's tired. He's thrown a lot of pitches in the 2 innings he's been in there. Pitch for a strike, 1-1.
And they still need somebody for the 8th inning, too. Even if he doesn't come in this inning. I got to think we're going to see Dylan Rowe in the 8th for sure, if not sooner.
There's a foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Adam Heisler. Two away. Bottom of 7. Goldeyes lead it 13-3. Michael Gonzalez in the on-deck circle if Heisler can keep this inning going. And there's a fly ball. That'll get out of play. Well, maybe not. It doesn't get out of play, but it was an impossible play for the catcher playing 3rd base.
Not very good communication between the left fielder and the 3rd baseman in that situation. And the ball boy kind of got caught in no man's land there.
The ball boy's wondering where to go.
Yep. Left, right. Coach is kind of...
So with that wind still blowing out to right field, a foul ball with lots of spin on it. Looked like it was going to go out of play. Doesn't. Gets held up. But still no play on it as it drops harmlessly into the Goldeyes bullpen. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Adam Heisler. Here's Reese's pitch outside, 2-2.
Heiser having a good season overall when he's been healthy.
He's been tremendous when he's out hitting 311. Yeah, he went through that stretch where he was really hurt. There's ball 3, 3-2.
He's a threat to run whenever he gets on. He's got the 14 steals this year, a little behind last year's pace, but still runs well.
Reese kicks, misses outside, ball 4, so 2 walks in a row. Puts runners in first and second with 2 out.
I think he touched on it, Scott. I think Reese's getting a little fatigued out there,
he looks
perhaps.
tired. He's not throwing with the same velocity.
Oh my goodness is the sign, M-A-I. For Michael Gonzalez. Sign man again with another sharp one.
Oh my goodness. So here's Gonzalez. First pitch by Reese, and there's a long fly ball deep into left field. It is gone. A home run by Gonzalez. And Michael Gonzalez makes it 16-3. Whoa, did he get every bit of that one? And another home run brought to you by Home Run Sports. Home Run Sports at 20 de la Seigneurie Boulevard. And Michael Gonzalez, it's home run number 3, a 3-run bomb. Oh my goodness.
Impeccable timing for the sign guy. Oh my goodness is right.
Let's
and
have
here it
another
is.
look at it.
The sign says it all, Scott. That looked like a pitch that is up in the zone, and Gonzalez jumped all over it and hit it into the trees. A little higher, that's off the light standard.
So Michael Gonzalez suddenly gets into the argument over player of the game. He has 2 hits now in 5 trips with a walk, 2 runs scored, and 3 driven in. It's been quite a night for the Goldeyes. 16 runs on 16 hits. A 3-run home run by Cabrera, a grand slam by Heisler, and a 3-run home run by Gonzalez puts 10 of those runs on the board. Multiple RBIs tonight for Heisler 5, Gonzalez 3, Cabrera 3, Abercrombie 2, and Murphy 3. Pitch to Romanski in there for a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Josh Romanski.
Well, Gonzalez started to get really locked in. He got a mistake over the plate and just absolutely jumped all over it.
Crushed that. Pitch outside, 2-2 to Romanski. Romanski tonight has been on base 4 times. He has 3 walks and a single. He scored 2 runs. Pitch is high and outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
There's a lot of production throughout the Goldeyes lineup here today and putting up those 16 hits. Pretty balanced attack.
A lot of crooked numbers on that board. 3 in the first, 6 in the third, 4 in the fifth, and now 3 here in the 7th. And Romanski draws a walk. And that'll bring up Ridge Ho'opi'i Haslam. It'll be Ridge's first at bat tonight.
The walks have just compounded all the problems that Sioux City is having. It's tough enough to give up 16 hits, but there's been a lot of free passes issued here. The latest sign was Grand Haslam.
There's a ground ball to third baseman. He fires to second to get the lead runner, and that'll do it. Out in the fielder's choice is Ho'opi'i Haslam. And that does it. That's the end of the inning. The Goldeyes get 3 runs on just 1 hit. There were no errors and 1 man left on base. 7 complete. Goldeyes lead at 16-3. Mike Valente, where are you? Are you around there? What's going on?
Thank you very much. We want to remind our home viewers of our trivia question this evening for their chance to win a pair of tickets to a Goldeyes home game. That question is easy if you know Dancing Gabe. Now, Daniel Perron just wrote a book about Dancing Gabe. Name the sibling of Dancing. And do that. Name the siblings of Dancing Gabe. If you can do that, you can win a pair of tickets to a Goldeyes home game. Tweet us at Shaw TV Winnipeg. Use the hashtag Let's Play WPG. Back to you, Scott.
Thank you very much, Mike Valente. We'll go to the break. Goldeyes lead at 16-3. You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg, Goldeyes baseball. Time now for our out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Salisbury House. Celebrating their 85th anniversary, Lincoln did to Texas what Winnipeg is doing to Sioux City. 10-1, Salt Dogs beat the Air Hogs. They're in the top of the 9th in Fargo. Gary and Fargo tied at 4-4. Laredo beat Kansas City 3-0, so despite the Goldeyes win tonight, Laredo will remain 3.5 games up in the wild card hunt. St. Paul beat Sioux Falls 7-0, so St. Paul remains 9.5 ahead of the Goldeyes and Fargo, depending on that outcome in Fargo, in the North Division. And Wichita beat Joplin 3-2. So what we talked about, Wichita and Laredo beating up on the bad teams in that South Division, they continue to do so. And St. Paul is beating up on Sioux Falls. So Brandon Shimo back in for the Goldeyes as the out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Salisbury House, now celebrating their 85th anniversary in Manitoba. There's that crooked scoreboard, 3-6-4-3, 16 runs on 16 hits. As we go to the top of the 8th for the Sioux City Explorers, Ralph Enriquez, Matt Coach, Brendan Slattery, 3 catchers, 2 of them playing out of position.
It's been an odd night here at Shaw Park for the Sioux City Explorers.
And it's been a very, very difficult night for Steve Montgomery. If he loses Tommy Mendonça,
he's got some stress.
Well, not only is Mendonça a very, very good third baseman, he's one of the better players in this league, certainly one of the best players for the Explorers. It's tough to lose a guy that good. And there's a ground ball to Cassio Grider at second. Fires first for the first out here in the 8th. One away brings up Matt Coach.
And again, Brandon Shimo, with a 13-run lead, you pound the zone. Keep the ball down, they'll beat it into the ground. Great example right there. Be economical, attack the hitters, make your way back to the dugout.
One away here in the 8th. Our string of catchers, and if you haven't been with us, we might have to explain that to you. Big throw by Gonzalez. He won't get him. Good effort by Gonzalez. It'll be an infield single for Matt Coach. But to explain it, Ralph Enriquez, Matt Coach, and Brendan Slattery are catchers. They're all catchers on this team, and they're all playing different positions.
Got jammed. Darville with a nice diving attempt, but Gonzalez throws across the body. What an athletic play, but no chance of making the play at first, despite the solid effort at short. Oh my goodness, as the sign said last inning.
Shimo's pitch is low. Enriquez is playing right field. Coach is now playing third base, and Slattery, who is the designated hitter, is now the catcher.
And don't forget, the pitcher is batting for himself.
The pitcher's batting for himself, and there is a pitcher at first base. Pitch is in there, that slider. 1 ball and 1 strike. Shimo working quickly and economically.
Sounds like another Who's on First episode
It
here.
surely does, doesn't it? No question about that.
Although there's nothing funny about it to Steve Montgomery and company. It's tough.
There's a line shot caught by Grider. He tried to go back to first and couldn't make the double play. Beautiful catch by Cassio Grider. Put a little star by that one in the box score.
Oh, scalded.
It was ripped.
Good low pitch. Oh, really nice athletic play. Not sure what happened with the throw, but I think he must have realized that he couldn't get him at first, so he just sort of lobbed it over there. Jacob Rogers got kind of his feet caught up with him, with coach at first base.
First pitch to Slattery, correct that to Kubler, is right down the middle for strike one. Coach is still at first base. Pitch by Shimo, fouled off at the plate. 2 strikes to Kubler.
We see it around the cage all the time. Those pitchers want to bat, so it's a good opportunity for them to get in there and take some swings.
Chance. There's a slider. That's a caught by Greider. Another sensational catch by Cassio Greider. 2 in a row. Put another star by that one. Kubler had a double tonight. Thought he had a second hit of the ball game.
Slider away. Kubler with a nice swing. I thought he was getting himself another single too, but Greider reaches out and snares the ball out of the air. Absolutely spectacular effort.
No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 left, but 2 sensational catches at second base by Cassio Greider. It's 16-3, but tremendous defense as the leather shines. It's the Goldeyes 16, Sioux City 3. This is Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball, live on Shaw TV.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
I'm your host for today, Mike Valente.
Welcome to Go Winnipeg.
Kevin Hirschfield. I'm Blar Balstravish.
Brand new pitcher for the Sioux City Explorers to start this 8th inning. It is number 21, Dylan Rowe from Garson, Ontario, Canada. 6'9", 245, although when you're 6'9", 245 looks like about 130. Tell us about Dylan Rowe, the former Goldeye.
The right-hander coming on for the 16th time this season. 1-0 record and a 3.18 ERA overall. He has 1 save as well. 22 2/3 innings. 21 hits allowed, 9 runs, 8 of which are earned, 16 walks, 13 strikeouts. Opponent sitting 247 against him.
The tall, lean, lanky Dylan Rowe. 6'9". Canadian. So Rowe here in the 8th inning will face Reg Abercrombie, Jacob Rogers, and Cassio Greider. So Reg will get another chance to hit his record-tying home run. First pitch outside, ball 1. There's a chopper off the plate foul, 1-on-1 to Reg. It's nice meeting Reg's mom tonight.
She seemed to be enjoying herself.
Chop foul. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yeah, very, very nice lady. Enjoys Winnipeg and having fun watching her son. Last night, his home run, a rocket over the left field wall, hit one-handed. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. Sampson fires to first, gets Reg, first out of this 8th inning.
Hustling down the line all the time.
And that'll bring up Jake Rogers. Yeah, that's one thing about Reggie. He takes every at-bat seriously. Rogers tonight singled, walked, struck out, and hit into a double play.
And had a couple of disagreements with the home
Yes,
plate umpire.
yes, a couple of. Are you certain that's where it was? First pitch is in there for strike one. One strike to Jacob Rogers. And Dylan Rowe working quickly, and Rogers nearly takes Dylan Rowe's head off. That's the problem with being 6'9". When it comes right back at the mound, you really have to duck.
That was a rocket, and he did not get the glove up. Wasn't a very good defensive position. Sort of fell off towards the first base side of the rubber, and that's a rocket, as you're going to see, right past the bill of the cap. Whoa. Ducking is the best option at that point.
Dart and duck.
Yikes.
A base hit, second hit of the night for Rogers. He joins the long list of guys with 2 hits. There's a base hit to center field. Cassio Grider picks up his second hit of the ball game. That box score is going to show a lot of hits. 18 of them now for the Goldeyes. And here comes Wes Darvin.
You can be sure that Rick Forney's sitting in that third base, or standing in that third base coach's box, thinking that his group had best save a few for tomorrow.
Yes, I would think so. There's a ground ball. It's through for a base hit. And he's just having them go 90 feet at a time. He is not sending Jake Rogers. So now Wes Darvin has joined the group of multi-hitters. His second hit of the ball game. So that means Adam Heisler has 2 hits. Gonzalez has 2 hits. Romanski has 1 hit and 4 walks. Cabrera has 4 hits. Abercrombie has 2 hits and a walk. Jacob Rogers has 2 hits and a walk. Grider has 2 hits. Darvin has 2 hits. And here's Tanner Murphy. First pitch is low for ball 1. He has 2 hits already.
And 3 walks. Perfect day in terms of reaching base 5 times.
How would you like to be Josh Romanski, the only guy who doesn't have a multi-hit game? You've been on base 5 times. There's a shot the other way off the bat of Tanner Murphy. Rogers will come home to score, and Tanner Murphy gets another RBI. A 4th RBI of the night for Tanner Murphy on the sacrifice fly to make it 17-3.
That's just a great effort. And again, you're not trying to run up the score, but at the same time, you're trying to reward the batter in that situation. If you're playing cautious and you don't go, it costs him an out. Instead, it's a sacrifice fly, gets himself an RBI.
Montgomery understands what this is.
For sure.
This is, Tanner Murphy's had a great ball game. Why force him to have an at-bat and an out?
Right, it's an RBI. He did his job.
It's an RBI and a sacrifice fly, no at-bat. He gets his 4th RBI of the ball game to make it 17-3. And Montgomery knows that.
Oh, of course.
His team
just
would
playing
do
the
same
game the
thing.
right way.
Yeah.
You can't cost the guy an at-bat in that situation just because you're trying to be nice.
17 runs on 19 hits for the Goldeyes. As Winnipeg will improve its record to 27-25. Pitch to Heisler is low. 3 balls and no strikes.
Been very patient this evening, Mr. Heisler.
All the Goldeyes hitters have been patient. And there's ball 4.
And Rick Forney talks about it constantly, Scott, about how his group not relies on the walk, but really feeds off the walk because they have so many guys that run the base as well, that have speed. it's essential to get extra guys on base via the walk.
By my count, that's the 14th walk of the night. So the Goldeyes have not only had 19 hits, but 14 walks.
33
base runners. Yeah, that makes it pretty tough for the opposition. 1-1, the count to Michael Gonzalez, who hit a monster 3-run home run in his last at bat.
The scary thing for Sioux City is they only have 6 hits, but they managed 3 runs. Scratched a couple out. Some aggressive base running. Took advantage of a couple wild pitches to advance. Scored on a ground out. Good effort by Kevin McGovern.
2-2, the count to Michael Gonzalez.
We cannot say the same for Ryan Zimmerman.
Boy, he had a tough outing.
It's been a tough season.
He gave up 9. There's a ground ball to the second baseman. That'll end the inning. And we'll go to the 9th. The Goldeyes pick up another run on 3 hits, no errors, 3 left. 8 complete. We've played 3.5 hours of baseball. It's Winnipeg 17, Sioux City 3. This is Casinos of Winnipeg. Goldeyes Baseball live on Shaw TV.
You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball on Shaw TV.
Welcome back to the ballpark where we're having loads of fun. Time now for your slide of the game. Brought to you by Manitoba Public Insurance. Don't let distracted driving take you out of the game. Texting, playing Pokemon, and driving is illegal. Could cost you a $200 fine, 2 demerits, or your life. I'm not sure if Pokemon does, but I suspect it would. Don't text and drive. A message from Manitoba Public Insurance and your Winnipeg Goldeyes. What's our slide of the game?
Well, it's a defensive play. Cassio Grider laying out, going to his left and robbing a hit from Jake Kubler. We'll give an honorable mention to Rob Wirt for his headfirst slide into home plate, but Cassio Grider's defensive web gem is our slide of the game.
It's our slide of the game brought to you by Manitoba Public Insurance. Don't text and drive. A message from Manitoba Public Insurance and your Winnipeg Goldeyes. We go to the 9th inning. Brandon Schimmo will get to finish it up, as the Goldeyes have had a night. There's a youngster having fun at the ballpark. Mom's having fun too.
It's past her bedtime. She's enjoying being at the park.
She likes being up. All the kids having fun, mom and dad. Goldeyes 17 runs, 19 hits. 3 runs and 6 hits for the Sioux City Explorers. And you're right, I think Rick Forney's probably sitting there going, boy, I wish we'd have saved 10 of these for tomorrow, because it's never easy to play the Sioux City Explorers team.
I think we talked about earlier about the game ending so late. I think Steve Montgomery is working the phones right now because he's not going to the third base.
No, he's trying to get a player
box
somehow. Trying to find somebody to bring in. So here's Derek Robinson, the switch hitter. He'll hit left-handed for the first time tonight against Brandon Schimmo. There's Steve Montgomery. He's wandering over to the first base box. First pitch to Robinson is in there for a strike. Robinson is 1 for 2. He has a single, a ground out, and 2 walks. Schimmo on the corner, 2 strikes.
But again, Scott, this is the difficult part of the job of a manager in the American Association, where you're also the general manager, not in title, but in actuality, where it's your job to find the players. Obviously, in the majors, in this situation, the GM is the one making the calls during the game, and you can just focus on coaching.
In the majors, you got a AAA and a AA franchise.
Right,
Just
it's a little easier to
You've also got a 25-man roster in the majors.
Exactly.
It makes a huge difference. One ball and 2 strikes. Pitch misses 2-2.
And again, this is another classic example of why I know there's often been pushback from owners around in certain markets. There's been pushback about adding the roster player. It just would make a lot of sense in situations like this. You don't want position players to be playing, or pitchers to be playing positions.
There's a ground ball. Casio at second. Picks it up, fires to first, 1 away. There's the first out of the 9th inning. Derek Robinson grounds out to Casio Grider, who has made the last 2 outs and an assist. 3 straight balls hit to Casio. And that'll bring up Tim Colwell.
And also an assist to start the 8th inning. He's been a busy beaver
in the last 2 innings. Yeah, he was involved in every put out in the 8th, and now the first one in the 9th. So 1 away, and that brings up Colwell, who can run the bases as well. One strike to Colwell. There's pop-up right over our heads. Quickly, as he has done since he came into the ballgame for McGovern, Shimo gets ahead of the hitter.
They're doing a great job of resting the rest of that bullpen here this evening. McGovern goes deep.
The best thing he's done is work fast and throw strikes.
Oh, absolutely.
Changing
Certainly picked up
speeds.
the pace.
Ground ball to Michael Gonzalez. Handles it cleanly, fires to first. 2-away here in the 9th inning. So here comes Nate Sampson, the most dangerous hitter in this lineup now. And down to their last out, perhaps. Unless Sampson can extend it. The Goldeyes will have their 27th win of the season. Pitched by Shimo, a ground ball foul. Tough play for the ball boy, and he makes it. Good job.
That was a good effort. Still on his toes here in the 9th inning. Impressive.
Just about everybody's gone home. We're at 10:40. There's a ground ball to, oh, and a tough hop. Wes Darville.
Wow.
I think they'll give him a base hit. Yeah, it'll be a base hit. That was a real tough play for Darville. Wow, ball was hit hard, and it hit something
That's
on
a
that
nasty
infield.
hop.
That
Boy,
was
oh boy.
That was dirty. Let's watch it.
This is a good effort by Darville getting in front of it. Just absolutely hit an ejector seat right there and just jumped right up on him. Good job of keeping in front of him. That's a base hit all the way.
Not only a good job, but I'll bet it hurt.
Well, it could have caught him in the face.
Yeah. So here's Jarrett Cunningham. And there's a long fly ball into left field, but not deep enough. Ridge, P.E. Haslam makes the catch, and that does it. Hit pretty hard by Jarrett Cunningham, but not hard enough. We finished her in 3 hours and 07 minutes. And the Winnipeg Goldeyes have defeated the Sioux City Explorers 17-3. 17 runs on 19 hits for Winnipeg, 3 runs on 7 hits for Sioux City. The winning pitcher, Kevin McGovern. The loser, Ryan Zimmerman. No save tonight, but Brandon Shimo did a great job coming in out of the bullpen to pitch the final 2 2/3 innings. So the Goldeyes win it 17-3. They're 27-25. We'll be back right after this with the Casinos of Winnipeg post-game show. You're watching Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes baseball live on Shaw TV.
Be part of our show. Join the conversation, share your photos, or ask the Goldeyes a question. Follow us at Shaw TV Winnipeg and hashtag Let's Play WPG.
At Shaw TV, we are proud to bring you live events, and we value your comments. Call the Shaw TV viewer response line now, 204-480-3500, or email us at shawtvwinnipeg@shaw.ca and let us know how we are doing. Or find us on Facebook and Twitter at Shaw TV Winnipeg.
Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball, live on Shaw TV. This week, the Kansas City T-Bones are in town. We'll be live from Shaw Park, Friday at 7 p.m. Casinos of Winnipeg Goldeyes Baseball. Let's play, Winnipeg.
Welcome back to Shaw Park. A tremendous effort by the Goldeyes tonight. They are 17-3 winners. Scott Taylor and Ken Wiebe. We're going to head down to field level quickly. I think our player of the game is down there with Mike Valente. Mike?
All right, I'm here with our player of the game, Willie Cabrera, 4 for 5, 3 RBIs and a home run. What a wild performance for your team. How do you assess what just happened there? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you know, guys come early and they get their work done, so that's huge for us. You know what I mean? And those guys at the top of the order, they set the tone early for us. This staff right here for Sioux City, they're tough. So the guys at the top of the order set the tone early for us, and we just kind of fed off of them, and the bats came alive today.
There were a lot of storylines to this game. It was a very long game, too, which I'm sure you guys didn't mind. I don't think a water jug's coming, don't worry.
That's what I was looking for.
But it was a very long game and great for you guys, right? So that must have served as a bit of a confidence boost throughout the game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Guys get at bats, guys getting swings, guys coming off the bench and getting their swings and getting their hacks in. So, it's a big confidence booster, but, this is baseball. Today's today. We're gonna be happy about the win today, and tomorrow's a new day. We got to come out and try to do the same.
Willie, I was talking to Rick earlier in the game. This is the longest homestand for the Goldeyes this season. 9 games here at Shaw Park in a row. How imperative is it to pick up a few wins in this next week or so?
Absolutely. Being home, being with the fans, it's always good, and we got to keep on going, keep on getting those W's for us and the team and everybody else.
Appreciate your time. Player of the game, Willie Cabrera. Enjoy the night.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Mike Valente. Kenny Wiebe, there's not much you can say other than the fact that this was a tremendous performance.
Apparently a lot of people want to be on camera this evening.
Jake does. He certainly did.
Same with Tom Vaith.
Yeah.
We appreciate them stopping by for a guest cameo.
Time now for our play of the game. It's brought to you by Shaw. Enjoy TV anywhere, anytime with the free-range TV app. Free for Shaw customers. What's our play of the game?
Well, in the third inning, Scott, it's a 2-0 game for the Goldeyes. Ryan Zimmerman facing Adam Heisler with the bases loaded, and he left a pitch up in the zone, and Heisler parked it onto Waterfront Drive with a smooth left-handed stroke, and he turned this 2-0 game into a 6-0 blowout and eventually into a 17-3 romp.
Let's have one more look at this one.
Boy, it'll hang loose for the Hawaiians in the dugout there as well.
I think the most interesting part about this was it was daylight when that home run was hit. That was a long time ago. 3 hours
a lot of celebrating being done by the Goldeyes here this evening.
As Adam Heisler hits a monstrous grand slam home run to put this one away. So the Goldeyes Play the Game is brought to you by Shaw. Enjoy TV anytime, anywhere with the free-range TV app, free for Shaw customers. Well, it was a blowout. There's no doubt about that. The Winnipeg Goldeyes win it 17-3. Their record now is 27-25. They're still 3.5 games behind Laredo, and based on what was going on in St. Paul, they are likely 9.5 games behind the St. Paul Saints. But they are 2 games over 500, 1-1 on this 9-game homestand, a huge homestand for the Goldeyes, and they're now 9-12 at home this season. So this is a team that just has to keep winning at home, and if they can do that, maybe they can stay in this wild card hunt. 17-3, the final score. On behalf of Ken Wiebe, I'm Scott Taylor. Mike Valente, take us home.
Thank you very much, Scott and Ken. That was a wild one. This game certainly had it all. The final score, as you just said, 17-3 for the Winnipeg Goldeyes. This series versus the Explorers concludes tomorrow night here at Shaw Park, 7 p.m. Come on down. For tickets, visit goldeyes.com for more information, of course. It was also Dancing Gabe bobblehead night. A fantastic turnout. The first 1,000 people got Dancing Gabe bobbleheads, and they were also for sale for $25. All proceeds going to the Field of Dreams Foundation. Our next broadcast will be Friday, July 29th. And we will look forward to that. That will actually kick off, I should say, the August long weekend. It's a beautiful way to do that, always at Shaw Park. For all of us here from Shaw TV, we bid you a good night, and we will see you on Friday, July 29th. So long.
Now back to the center field.